Welcome to another exciting, explosive edition of a Colin Nation radio show, Colin Nation YouTube show. Welcome. I'm your chief host of College Genesis, guiding you through the next few hours of some interesting conversation and stimulating debate. Before we get started here, I want to build on the other night's show about the Black Panther. And like I told my good friend Dollar Bill, I can't be the only smart one in the room. I know that I'm erudite, intelligent, smart, and people rely on me for a lot of stuff. But I can't be the only one. I can't be the only one. Um, what's up, Rico Miller? Rico Miller, what's up, my FBA brother? What up, Mike? How's Charlotte, North Carolina doing down there, man? I ain't gonna pick on Charlotte, North Carolina tonight. I'm gonna give Rico a night off. I like Charlotte. It's a good city. So no Charlotte jokes tonight, folks. So no Charlotte bashing. So anyway, I was basically saying to myself, does anybody know how the world works? Do you understand if you have whether it's DC Comics, Disney, or Marvel, the people who actually get their name on the stuff, like Walt Disney did not create Mickey Mouse. He had a stream of writers and people putting input in and stuff like that. And his name is the publisher because he paid these people. The same thing with Jack Kirby and Stan Lee. I said that the concept of Black Panther had to have come from somebody black. There's no way you can tell me that. And I want to build on that, before we get started on the topic, because the white man has spent 100 years denigrating Africa. Listen to what I'm saying. He spent 100 years denigrating Africa with Tarzan movies, savages, jungles. So why in the world, in the height of the Black Power movement, the height of colonialism and racism and everything, will he decide to exalt an imaginary African kingdom? Why would that happen? It did not happen like that. They saw a chance to make money off something that was a novelty and everything. But the bottom line, they did not come up with that. The concept had to have come from black writers and contributors. Just like Disney, Walt Disney did not create Mickey Mouse, Minnie Mouse, and all these other things. They were part of Disney camp. Same thing with Marvel. We don't know who actually created the Incredible Hulk. We don't actually know who created Iron Man. It could have been like 100 people that added this and said, no, okay, let's give them this. And then the final project was Iron Man. It never was one person deciding on something like that. Many people come up with these concepts. And then what happens is the company, Disney, Marvel, whoever else, Looney Tunes, DC Comics, the Archie comic series, the publishers got the final say-so of characters and stuff like that. And they take ownership of it, So I want people to be a little more smart, because there's a lot of white people running around thinking they want to take ownership of Black Panther, oh, we gave y'all. So like it's always like they gave us something. No, it was us. Even when we knew that it was Jack Kirby, thought it was Jack Kirby. It was black people, the black audience that made the Black Panther series. White people weren't buying the Black Panther comic series. It was black people, for the most part. Of course, you got that crossover small white crowd that adds on to it and everything like that. But it was mostly a black audience that consumed Black Panther comics because it was geared towards them. It was created during the Black Power movement. They had to introduce black characters and things to appeal to a black audience. So I just want to throw that out there. But tonight's topic: why did America stop visas in 25 African countries? And in fact, what happened is they shut down visa offices in many African countries and making Africans go to neighboring countries. Like if you're in Sierra Leone, they shut down the office in Sierra Leone. And if you want a visa in Sierra Leone, you got to travel to Monrovia. So this myth that, Sierra Leone is more advanced in the eyes of America than Liberia is not a myth. I'm telling you right now, Liberia is way more powerful of a country than Sierra Leone. I'm telling you, it's way more developed in many ways as far as the infrastructure and as far as their governance and stuff like that. It's the oldest country in West Africa, And so therefore they shut down the Abuja office and put it in Lagos. Several other countries, they shut it down. You got to go to your neighboring country. So 25. So in other words, basically, the United States is saying that it does not want African immigrants here, at all. Not even to visit. Not student visas, not even to visit. So we got to understand what this means as far as like Pan-Africanism, Black nationalism, and what can we do about it? I know the FBA people are rejoicing. They're like, oh, yeah, man, we're sticking it to the Africans. What the hell fucking cares? These fucking clowns think. But, I would have to say, in all fairness, we tried to warn Africans years ago that this was coming. They didn't see it. They thought America was Barack Obama, Joe Biden, and all Nancy Pelosi, and all these liberals and whatnot. We knew the real America one day was going to come back with a vengeance. We knew this was going to happen. And we also knew that we're pretty much insulated and protected from the visa process, Yeah, I called it. Of course I called it. I called it years ago. And a lot of Africans, they were just in La La Land. Oh, I don't know, man. I said the last thing you want to do is try to break bonds with Black America, because we had Africa's back at one time, and Africans did not want it. It was like, oh, we thought we was going to be Americans. We thought now Africans are like, oh man, what about this Black thing? What about this Pan-African thing? And a lot of Black Americans have moved on from Black nationalism and Pan-Africanism and stuff like that, unfortunately. But we're trying to bring it back, but we have to be honest with ourselves about the future. It can't be one-sided, can't be one-sided in this relationship. So I've been saying this for years and whatnot. When the movie Black Panther came out, I said this is an excellent chance for us to build this Black nationalist Wakanda, Pan-African. Let's do it. Let's build Africa. Whatever. But the Africans for the continent were not feeling it. They were not feeling it. They thought we were, what's going on, Godfrey? They were not feeling what we were trying to say. They thought we were trying to take over. I was called a colonizer. And I'm saying, man, you friggin' turn your back and the one people that can help you, the one people that can protect you. Because if we put our political might behind protecting Africa, you think this would be happening right now? Of course not. If we said that, we'll shut this country down if they raise their hands against Africa, you think Trump and them would be doing this stuff? Of course not. But since they know that they spread this ADOS FBA thing up so good that even people who are Pan-Africans are sort of like neutralized, because we don't have that fire in us anymore to protect Africa, because of social media and the back and forth, which is stupid and childish, He said this about me. Black America said this. Africans said this. Yang, 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 like fucking children. I swear to God. You can have your little beefs, but can't you see the bigger picture? The bigger picture is a vast continent that needs to be developed and stuff like that could really take care of all of us. But we don't see the bigger picture. All we see is our little bickering and back and forth, our little egos and everything like that. It's just freaking sad. It's almost the point where I'm giving up on the Black race, I really am. So it's I'll just keep doing my part. Yeah, I was on TikTok today. The first time I fired up a TikTok and did a live panel, I had Zongo Bongo up there giving me support and whatnot. I appreciate Zongo Bongo stopping by. I'm learning this thing. I did an AI video of me and my lady, Isabella. It was nice. They showed me with like real perfect teeth and whatnot, smiling at each other. We was at the picture of us. They took the picture of us from Wakulla Lodge, right? And then they showed us like smiling at each other. And she turns around, looks at me and whatnot, and brought the picture to life. Man, that shit was nice, man. I'm a master's AI stuff, man. I got to master's AI stuff. That was my first AI picture. She said, type something in, whatever. I didn't type nothing. I just put the picture in. I said, generate. And that's what came up. I got to learn how to really do this thing, how to do commands and stuff like that, generate stuff like that. So I'm going to learn this AI stuff, and really enhance, my footprint on the internet. But I'm learning as I go. But I had a good show today and whatnot. I'm battling this whole thing about the Black Panther and the whole thing about white people now trying to freaking make it seem like look, there's nothing positive that comes out of white America towards Africa. I want Africans. You got Africans running around talking about white people created that because of no, white people did not create Black Panther. It was Black Panther comes from African American fantasy and imagination. White people put their name on it and distributed it. Now that it's rich, it's big, and when Africans like, oh man, we don't have to deal with you. As white people created Black Panther. No, they did not. No, they did not. And I try to tell my African brothers, sisters, there's nothing positive. Anything white people create about Africa is going to be negative. White people gave y'all Tarzan. They gave us Tarzan. They gave us jungles, man-eating pygmies. All this stuff we grew up with, being ashamed to be an African because the brainwashing they put on us. Do you understand what I'm talking about? Do you understand that they spent like 100 years deliberately portraying Africa as underdeveloped, uncivilized, nothing civilized, no anything? Do you understand that they did not say it? They used to always say Africa has no modern roads. And there's some people who believe Africa don't have anything modern. I remember when I first went to Liberia, I'll never forget this. Back in 2021, right? And my Aunt Bobby, my favorite aunt, love her to death. My Aunt Bobby, sweet Aunt Bobby, right? I'm driving from the airport, me and Isabella and the driver. We're driving from the airport to Monrovia. And my Aunt Bobby said, they got cars over there? I said, we started cracking up. And the driver was cracking up, Yeah, Jumbo, my driver, was cracking up. He was like, yeah, they're like, you got buildings over there? Y'all got restaurants? Wow, you're in Africa and they got restaurants? They got paved roads? She had no idea Africa had modern roads and traffic lights. And I said, yeah, I said, I'm all right now. I'm looking at a beachfront property right now. She said, oh, there's freaking houses on the beach. I said, yeah, I'm driving past one right now. It's at night. And when I said, I'm looking at lodges and everything. Wow. I didn't know Africa had buildings and so like that. I said, yeah, it's just like over here. Just like I said, this drive is like driving through a rural part of North Carolina, going to Monrovia. And she that's because she was brainwashed by the media all her life. She didn't know nothing about modern Africa. She didn't know nothing about cities. She never heard of Monrovia. She never heard of anything like that. She never heard of Kinshasa. She never heard of all these places that's been there, Lagos and everything. All she knows is what she's been showed by the Tarzan movies. Don't Africans understand that? And that's not her fault. That is the white people who did that. White people always want us to be ashamed of being African or being from Africa. It's a ploy on that, So why are Africans now thinking that white people are trying to do them some favors by giving them roles in Hollywood? And you're going to pretty soon you're going to let white people come and take over Nollywood and whatnot. And then that's going to be the end of it. They're going to give you stereotypes and really degrade. Once they start financing Nollywood and Afrobeats, it's going to be over with. They're going to do just what they did to us with our music. They're going to take the worst elements of your culture and show it to the world. But we're trying to warn our African brothers through these shows like this, And say, Carla, what you're saying is don't trust the white man. Yes, that's what I'm saying. He does not have a good track record as far as the black race. He spent 100 years in Hollywood. Hollywood is the biggest enemy of Africa. They're the ones who came up with the whole, with Metro Goldwyn Mayer, MGM. Everything Africa was a jungle. Everything Africa was a Tarzan movie. Everything Africa was a white man's burden. White man coming to bring civilization. I remember there was one this movie that came out not too long ago called The Gods Must Be Crazy. And it made Africans look really stupid, right? It was funny, though. I get it. And they had this one scene where it said, yeah, the story of a big metal bird who came and gave birth to some white people or whatnot. That could be the plane that landed. So that makes it, they had the Africans saying they saw a big metal bird who landed and gave birth to some white people or whatnot. That was a plane landing, and they said the Africans were so stupid they didn't know a thing. And they also said then there was a movie that came out in the 50s talking about Africans when they saw the first airplane. They thought it was a big giant bird, Now, why is Rico in here talking about? The Gods Must Be Crazy. That was a freaking funny movie, man. But But that's what you get where you got Europeans, man, betraying you in Africa, So it's really sad, sad that Africans now trust that, oh, Black Panther was created because they wanted to help Africa. Get the fuck out of here. Black Panther was only popular because of Black America. That's it. That was our fantasy and our vision of what we think of Africans' futuristic, powerful civilization could look like. That Wakanda. Wakanda is definitely from the imagination of an oppressed people in the West. What would a futuristic, powerful country that could stand up to America and be more powerful? We always envisioned that from the depths of slavery. We thought about some powerful kingdom rising up and taking revenge on our enemies around the world. That was our version. But then, when the Black Panther came out, they had to moderate Wakanda, If they took the real radical version of what people thought Wakanda was, it would have nuclear weapons and it would be like ready to blow the fucking rest of the world up, But they toned it down, T'Challa, Vibranium, and stuff like that. They toned it down for Marvel and the mainstream audience, sort of. But the idea of this super state or this super kingdom of Black people, I want to get back to that. That's what the Afrikstan is all about. The idea of a futuristic Black country that Black people can migrate to and build, that they'll finally have peace and sanctuary. That comes from the imagination of people who live in captivity. And there's always going to be this idea of Wakanda. If that dies, then Black America dies. That means we submitted to America, and that's a resistance to America. We've always resisted America. People don't know that history of us. We've always resisted America from day one, And that's what people say, why can't Black people always play? Because we're resisting. America says it did no wrong in bringing us here and enslaving us. We know something was done wrong to us. We don't know quite what it is, but we know that. I'm not against the new Black Panther hero. I'm not against that. No. That right there, that guy playing the role is irrelevant. Although I think they could have got somebody better to play him. I don't think, when you think of Black Panther, you got to get somebody good looking, tall, They could have got, if they want to play a British actor, they could have got somebody. They could have got that what's that guy that played in the Hunger Games? They could have got the guy that played in the Hunger Games to play Black Panther. He's not bad looking. They could have got many different actors to play him. But this guy's short, stocky, feminine. Like, I don't know what Ryan Coogler was thinking about. I have no problem with a British actor or African actor playing a Black Panther role. I have no problem with it whatsoever. If that's the question you ask me. But these are the questions, We don't care if he's a good actor. Reggie. Some roles are not, you could be a good actor, but just not every role. You're talking about the Black Panther. You talk about a coveted role, the ultimate symbol of Black power and whatnot. When Chadwick Boseman had that thing, he had us standing on our feet in the movie theaters because he looked the part. This guy don't look it, What's the point of what was Chadwick Boseman? See, that's a problem. We talk about Chadwick Boseman biologically is an African. Black Panther comes from the imagination of Africa from African Americans. So in that regard, it's like, it's like African Americans saying, okay, let's create our imaginary African kingdom. African Americans phenotypically look different from Africans in West Africa. But our African civilization will look like something like Black American Africa. It's fantasy. It's not real. We know a real African, if it was trying to portray a real Africa, right? Like, let's say we try to remake Shaka Zulu. Of course, you're going to get a real African to play that, but this is fantasy. This is fantasy. This is African American fantasy. What we fantasize us being roles in Africa. No, I don't think Ryan Coogler does things, man. Just like he blew that Wakanda Forever thing. That he was great in Sinners, but that Wakanda Forever thing was good. I really don't like this. I don't know what Brody's talking about. I never know what Brody's talking about. But yeah, so no, Kung Guru, that's not true. Stan Lee did not conceptualize Black Panther. There's no way in the world it's like me saying that a black person conceptualized Game of Thrones. Something has to come out of your culture. It's like somebody saying a black person conceptualized Sinbad. No, a black person conceptualized Homer. No, Black Panther was definitely something that Stan Lee, he had a bunch of writers. When you have a publishing house, you have like dozens of writers creating sketches and stuff like that, coming up with ideas. Just like the woman that says she created the Matrix and the Terminator, she said it was stolen, but she couldn't really prove it. And that goes on all a lot. People get their work stolen, or you work for a studio, you come up with ideas, they say, no, we can't use it. They put it on the shelf. The next thing you know, somebody changes a little couple things around and they go use it and they get the credit for it. That happens all the friggin' time. There is no way in hell you're going to tell me Stan Lee, Jack Kirby created out of the history of white people creating images of Africa, from Tarzan to MGM with the jungles and everything. They're going to come up with something like that. No, that was black people who did that. And they just got their name on it. That's all. There's so many writers that be working for these people. You don't know what they do is they sign a release. Like Mickey Mouse was not created by Walt Disney. Disney not created all those characters. There were writers and people who work for Disney create those characters. Of course, his name is on it. He owns it. He has copyright and publish it, but that don't mean he created it. You never hear about the actual creators. They buried it. We don't know who actually created Superman. We don't know who actually came with Batman and Robin. You won't know. All you know is DC Comics created Batman and Robin. We don't know the actual creators. I want people to friggin' think. Think. I can't be the smartest person in the room all the time. I want people to think, yeah, that makes sense. We don't know who created the Incredible Hulk. Have you ever heard of them ever talk about this team created the concept of? No, all you know is Marvel, the Incredible Hulk, Marvel, Iron Man, whatnot. That's all you need to know, because they're the owners of it. Now Disney owns Marvel. So you're going to say Disney created the Incredible Hulk? Disney created Iron Man? No. There's all kinds of things. All you know is the end product. We don't know where Iron Man originated from. The people who probably came with that are long gone. They signed non-disclosures. The concept of Iron Man was sold. They got paid, and that's it. They moved on. I cannot always be the smartest person in the room, folks. That's what this show's for. I want intelligent people talking. So we got to worry about, the white man credit. Everybody always want to give the white man credit. Next, we're going to hear that the white man created rock and roll. We're gonna hear the white man created ragtime. You're gonna think Pat Boone, his bop, 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 all that shooby doo wop and shoo wop and whatnot of the 1950s. Oh, that was all white boys standing on the street corner. They've been borrowing and stealing from us for a long time, stealing our style, our swag, our intellectual property. They've been doing this for the longest time. What part of this is what a black nationalist show is all about? We don't let people get over on us. Bop 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 bamboo. Shooby bee bop the G bop. Bop the bop bop bop. All that bop music whatnot that they use it. Oh, we go. Come on, man. You gonna tell they came up with that? No. That's when they could sing like us and doo-wops when they used to call Blue Eyed Soul. You had to have soul. When it's time enough for that, time enough of them stealing our shit, stealing our culture and whatnot, and running away with it. People from other places, Africans, got to understand everything you see coming out of America come from Black America. So don't come in here and try to hijack Black. You could play the Black Panther role, but don't say, "Oh, it's based on Africa." No, it's based on Black Panther is not white people trying to be. In other words, they're trying to push African Americans out of the Black Panther story, make it about white people and Africa. Africans are very slick with that shit. Nobody has a problem with an African playing a role, but why does Africans got to be so sneaky and divisive with that shit? I don't understand that. You don't understand that. Look, y'all didn't create no Black Panther. Fact, a couple of years ago, Africans were trying to get into their own comics, and what happened to that? The shit was corny as hell. It had this one lit chick from Nigeria, and they talk and whatnot with I don't know. They were trying to do something. I was trying to get into it. It was like African animation and whatnot. I never went no place. Can somebody come up here tonight and tell me where we ever have the African animation? It was happened like 2010, 2011. I thought, okay, this could be a good thing. African young writers and everything like that. Where's the African talent? Where's the characters created in Africa? No, really. There was African animators that tried to come out like 15 years ago. Why would I credit Africans for Spider-Man? Come on, Kunguru. What I'm saying is that when you talk about someone creating something, they produced it. Jack Kirby and Stan Lee produced Black Panther, but we don't know who actually went into the making. There's never. Have you noticed? Have you never heard Stan Lee actually say, "I created Black Panther"? He's never said that. He never said he conceptualized it and stuff like that. He never said that. Okay, where is the African talents? How come we don't have an African superhero? Come on, man. You got 1 billion people on the continent. You got an audience right there. Where's the African anime? Where's the African comic series? Where's the African IMAX CGI and stuff like that? Where is that? Where's the African superhero and whatnot? Where's the storylines and whatnot? Can't always just jump on what's going on in America. Africans start creating their own studios and stuff like that, high quality studios and stuff. We don't care about studio, but how do you see? That's what I say. Africa is so. Why is every other group of people around the world have heroes and stuff like that to lift their culture up and stuff like that? Africans don't care about it. What do you care about? Besides fleeing to the United States and living off other countries. Besides getting a visa and going to somebody else's country, causing trouble. What else? What do you care about? What do you produce? What do you give to the world? We don't care about that, you know. No, I said Black America is Black Panther. That was a Black American character. All the characters came from Black America. Chadwick Boseman and everything like that. Even a comic book series, you know, it was Black people, Black Americans who took that. No, that's not FBA rhetoric. That's the truth. That is the truth, Frenchie. I'm saying like that. So I hate to say it like that, but what wouldn't you want to see Africa build a modern motion picture studio and showing African women as beautiful and African men as strong and Africans that could solve their own problems and stuff like that? Wouldn't that be better, making Africa like it's a place that everybody wants to go to and everyone wants to build with? I mean, seriously, that's not mocking Africans. That's just telling the truth, you know? We love all Nollywood. Yeah, but, you know, Nollywood is not popular around the world, you know, but we don't listen, we don't watch Nollywood here. And I don't want to go not bashing Nollywood. That's what people like. That's what my wife likes Nollywood, you know? You know, so which call I would say Frenchie, there was 24,000 Nigerians and 24,000 Ghanaians who went to see FIFA in Canada on a visa, and they don't want to go back. They sought asylum. So I don't know what you call that. They said, we ain't going back. Fuck that shit. Same thing happened in Brazil a few years ago. A lot of Ghanaians, like 10,000 Ghanaians, said, I ain't going back. Fuck that shit. I ain't going back. That's sad. Much as I complain about America, I know after I'm there for Liberia for like 6 weeks, I'm coming right the fuck back home. No, it's 24,000. Let me say, let's look it up. Let's look it up. I'll look it up on Chat BTPT. I'll show you like that thing. All right. How many Ghanaians that went to FIFA in Canada suck asylum and refuse to leave? Oh, you know something, Mario? You're right. I was wrong. It wasn't 24,000. It was only 24. I was wrong on that. Well, let's see how many friggin' Nigerians. I think it was mostly Nigerians. Yeah, you're right. It was only 25. Somebody sent me a thing saying it was 24,000. So I'm glad we cleared that up. So it was only 25 or 24 Ghanaians who sought asylum when that, what's the size? Ghana is relatively a peaceful country. You know what? You got Negroes from America going there all the time. He says Spider-Man was stolen African folklore that got modified. I didn't know about that, but maybe you can come up here and tell me like that. Maybe you could tell about that. I don't know about Spider-Man folklore. I know something about the spider or something like that. I didn't know about Spider-Man. I knew there's like in West Africa, this what you call it? No, people don't come up. There's 1 hour of monologue, and then I bring people up, and which we call it. So, and then you got to put a camera on. I want to make sure you're a Negro, whether you're an African Negro or an American Negro. You have to be a Negro to be on the show. So you got to put your camera on. I got to see who you are, and put your face up in the camera. Turn the goddamn light on. You know, uh, so I'm glad we're having these conversations, man. It's better than having these conversations about FBA and all the stuff like that you see on my good brother Dinus brother, who I love, but sometimes I call him Search for a Cuckoo. Search for a Cuckoo. How am I a racist? You know what I'm saying? How am I a racist? You know? Oh no, we got the Caucasians in the house tonight. You know, I am not no racist. I just believe in black people. You know, I believe in black folks. You know, we should have a safe space to talk our shit. We have top fiction books. Where are they at, man? Where are they at, man? They're fiction because they don't exist. A Nazi the spider. Okay, all right. So you saying Spider Man came from a Nazi the spider? So we learn something new every day on this platform, man, don't we? See, I pull it out of you, man. I said, no, I can't be always the smartest person always in the room. You know, I knew that somebody was gonna come and input some stuff here that I could use. I learned something. Hey, look, a Nazi the spider could have inspired Spider Man. You know, you'd be surprised how many things are ripped off and everything like that. Storm from Marvel is Oyo Yoruba culture. Yeah, you know, no, Thor comes from the Vikings, man. Come on, let's stop. You know, let's stop that. You know, it come from Odin, the god of war, the war god in the Viking tradition. You know, what Nollywood superhero movies? I seen them cheesy ass shits, man. Come on, I seen them cheesy ass friggin' depicting Nollywood movies, man. I mean, I was like, ah, can't watch them, man. Y'all gotta do better. Y'all gotta get your special effects and all that shit down pack a little better, man. You know. So West Africans in the chat room standing up, man, saying Marvel, y'all should bring a class action suit against Marvel, man, for ripping y'all shit off, man. Y'all believe that, you know? Look, I was, when I'm in Africa, right? And the wife, she likes Nollywood, man. I tried. Lord knows I tried, right? I said, babe, let's watch a Nollywood flick. I tried. Lord knows I tried. I was almost damn suicidal. After sitting there for a couple hours watching a Nollywood movie, I just couldn't do it. And I just can't do it. The bad weaves and the accents, and it just no, man. You know that makeup on and whatnot. The women were like drag queens. I was like, nah, I can't. This and the bottom line, you got there'd be 3 hours in one scene. Every Nollywood movie had two scenes, and they're always sitting on the couch, or in a restaurant. I mean, how many hours can you be in a restaurant to make a movie? You got three or four scenes, and that's it. And they just keep talking back and forth, flick getting their lines and whatnot. You know. Yeah, and it's getting bleaching. Yeah, right. But Africans love it, man. Africans love themselves some Nollywood, bro. They love it. They love themselves some Nollywood, bro. Can't stop it. I can't watch that shit. If that's a prerequisite for being an African watching Hollywood, man, I'll just turn in my African card right now. Shit. If an African is light skinned, he's bleaching. Trust me. There's no light skinned people in Africa. Natural light skin. Except in Liberia, where you got American Liberians mixed, natives are mixed with American Liberians. South Africa got good movies. Kenya got good movies. South Africa got quality movies. I like watching South Africa and Botswana got good movies. Yeah, Fulani's basically they're not light skinned. They're brown. They're not light skinned. You know, they're not. They're brown. Some of them are light brown. You know, Igbos are light brown. You know, they're light skinned. Some of them are like a softer brown color, but they're not light skinned. Most Fulanis are not light skinned. Most of them are very dark skinned. You know, but they got that. Fulani's got that straight hair. They got that straight hair. Trust me, I got Fulani's in Liberia. You can tell them distinctly because they got that hair, that curly hair, that curly hair. They got that curly hair. It's almost straight. Africans got to get over this colorism shit, man. They're so obsessed with color. You know, yeah, stop this colorism shit. You know, be proud of what you are, man. You don't need to be fucking identified as light skin. You know, well, I'll bring the panel up in 15 minutes, folks. I got more ranting to do because the one thing I like, besides eating and riding in my car, those things, I love the sound of my own voice. You know, I can listen to myself talk all day, man. I just love the sound of my voice, man. I love freaking hearing myself talk. You know, there's nothing more I love than myself and the sound of my own voice. No, I like looking at myself in the mirror. You know, no, I love looking at my face in the mirror, and I love hearing my own voice. You know, I swear to God. You know, I love myself, folks. You know, so give me 15 more minutes with myself, hearing myself talk, and then I'll let people up. Y'all can say whatever y'all want to say and whatnot. You know, but yeah, folks. You know, 25 African countries. The United States said, uh-uh, y'all got to go. What are we gonna do about that? You know, has there been a protest? Has anybody said, God damn it, we're not gonna take it no more? Why are you freaking uh why are you freaking targeting Africa? You know? And then you know one of the countries on the list, Botswana. What did Botswana do against America? I like to know that. Botswana? God damn. I thought that was a model country. Botswana made the list of African countries where they shut down visas. God damn, man. What is going on in this world? What is going on? So I'm glad we cleared that up. There was only 25 Ghanaians that circumcised. I thought it was 25,000. That's what I was heard in line. You know who I think I got that from? That Donnie on Timeout. I think that's where I got that from. On TikTok. Man, a lot of misinformation, you know. No shit. Africa need good infrastructure. We've been saying that for what, 70 or 80 years now? It still hasn't clicked on. You need the goddamn infrastructure. See, I created an organization. We created an organization, not me, called Black African Infrastructure. In other words, the key is having land and building infrastructure. Black people in the West have enough wealth and everything to build an infrastructure somewhere in Africa. But you can't just waste it. You need a territory to build infrastructure. When you build infrastructure, right, you can't have that Wakanda. You can't have that place where people say, geez, if I go over there, I got a job. Over there, I got good health care, housing. If you do not have infrastructure, people are not going to come to your country. You can't have a raggedy ass country talking about, yeah, well, Kala, we Africans don't need all that shit. Well, you tell me you don't like toilets, you don't like running water, you don't like sewer systems, you don't like all that shit. You don't like safe airports, you don't like railways and shit like that, you know? We need infrastructure. All hands on deck to build Black African infrastructure. Let's modernize Africa. What part of that don't they understand? Not no half-ass shit. You know, I don't hear that from my African brothers, man. All they want to do is talk about their degrees. I got a degree. My degree. I got a degree. I'm making money. You ain't got no damn infrastructure, though. You know, where's your damn infrastructure? Y'all got to get your infrastructure game up. Africa developed. You know, Africa been developing. They would say, Africa, man, take your developing ass someplace the fuck else, man. Africa's developing. Man, take your developing ass someplace the fuck else. Africa's forever developing, you know. We need a serious commitment to Black African infrastructure. We have to create mythology around the infrastructure. We have to create an infrastructure god, you know. What would the infrastructure god be named? Let's create a name for the infrastructure, the god of infrastructure. We have to get Africans on the thing saying, you know something, we're going to get rid of all these stupid ass canoes and whatnot, and we're going to build a modern marina. We're going to have steamboats and gas powered boats to trawl in the ocean and whatnot and build the fishing industry up. Let's get rid of these raggedy ass canoes. We need fucking infrastructure. Get it through your thick heads. Ain't nobody going to be messing with Africa as long as Africa stays backwards. It was what me and freaking Zongo was talking about today. Backwardness. The God of infrastructure. We need a freaking God of infrastructure. Oh, Lord, please send us the God of infrastructure. I'm the Kyle Genesis, your humble servant. Send us the God of infrastructure to the earth and whatnot, you know. Cast these demons, these ignorant demons to hell and whatnot. And let's build a freaking future, you know. You know, all I know is in Sierra Leone, Senegal, I can play you the video. There's a whole bunch of people drowning trying to get to Spain and whatnot. A fishermen trying to get to Spain because they can't make no money on their fishing industry anymore. Because the Chinese and everybody else, Lebanese, have fishing boats robbing their fish and whatnot before it even gets close enough because they can't sail out too far. And they're going out far enough and they get their boats turning over and drowning and whatnot, you know? That I do know. So we got my brother Mahmoud, whatever his name is. He's in denial. You need to step up your infrastructure game. All the hoopla and the thing, you know, but Africans are more concerned about the Jollof rice competition. I saw a year ago, they had a Jollof rice competition. I said, oh, okay. I guess the priorities are not really there, you know. I thought we should have an infrastructure competition, you know, who could build more roads. No, but they had a Jollof rice competition. What do I know? You know? Yeah, the BAO was a shit. I'm going to try to bring it back. You know something? I'm going to say something on the line here. I think I got to make amends with, hold up. I think I got it. It's been 8 years. I think somewhere along the line, me and him got to freaking come together, to and put our differences aside and work something out. I'm willing to do that. I'm willing to put the BAO back together. We need infrastructure. That's the main thing of the black race. We need infrastructure. No, I look. When the negative outweighs the positive, man, it's hard to friggin' uh uh it's hard to friggin' basically sit there and be like, oh, you gotta look at the positive. I don't see no goddamn positive, man. Please stop it. I want a more powerful BAIO. I want to rebuild the BAO, new members, new like that. We was on our way until we split up. Oh yeah, please. You don't have to travel. Oh, I know. Oh yeah, but get this. I would say like this. He said not travel. If I was, this is what I'm saying about Burundi, right? If I was in Zambia and I want to travel to Botswana right next door, I would have to fly all the way to Turkey or Europe, the border plane, to go to Botswana, a neighboring country. So please don't say hey, lecture to me about who's not well traveled because it's almost impossible to travel around Africa. You got to get another visa and all this. Instead of having a visa free travel for domestic travel, like you're just going to stay for a couple hours a day, please. So don't sit here and preach to me, Birdie. I know what the hell I'm talking about. You can't travel from Kenya to Tanzania halfway without going through a third country because there's no connecting airlines. I think they're building a railway connecting Rwanda through Kenya, Tanzania. That's a good thing. And some parts of Southern Africa is getting a little better, but on the whole, man, it's a mess. African nations aren't young. Singapore is the same age. Look at Singapore right now. Singapore GDP is now higher than Great Britain's. Then ask yourself this question about it. Why did the U.S. shut its visa process down in Sierra Leone? And Sierra Leone, if you want to visit America, you got to go to Monrovia. Monrovia is now the regional place where you can get your visa. Sierra Leone has got to travel to Monrovia to get a visa to come to the United States because they shut down the office in Sierra Leone if they were doing so well. Yeah, but then he says they got the biggest potential in West Africa. Okay. You sound like St. James with Burkina Faso, whatever the country's name is. Yeah, sure you can, Baruti. Yeah, but the thing is, if Sierra Leone was doing so good, then that means there's business connections between the United States and everything. And evidently, they don't think Sierra Leone is worth the risk, so they shut down the embassy, shut down the visa process there. Say you go to Monrovia. Must not be a lot of business going on there, bro. You sound like Lewis, man, with Ghana and whatnot. We sat in a conversation all night, and Lewis is freaking selling, always pitching us Ghana and selling. Hey, Lewis loves his country. I get it. You love Sierra Leone. That's your country. You love it. You know. You know. You love Sierra Leone. You're gonna rep Sierra Leone. I respect that. You know. Rep your hood, man. Rep your hood. You know, rep your hood, man. Rep your hood. You know. Did my good brother search for Cuckoo? Did he do a show tonight? Yeah, I know Africa's a developing countries, but hey, look, man, we gotta do something here, you know. Oh, yeah, that's right. Dinus is going on a tour. Yeah, wish our brother Dinus safe travels. You know, was he going to Nigeria right now? Yeah, he usually go to Nigeria in August for the Oshun Festival. Oshun Festival. You know, get some water and some libations thrown on you and whatnot. You know, and practice Ifa. What's Sete? I never heard of it. Yeah, the BIO just need a land. If we had a land, man, trust me, we'd be all right. It's the only thing we do. You know, in 10 years, we'll be able to surpass the rest of the fucking world. The Ivory Coast, all right. I like to go to the Ivory Coast, but I take my mind. I said I don't want to go to another West African country. I think I would like to go to the Ivory Coast, though. I think I would like to go to the Ivory Coast. You know, when they build this highway, complete this highway in Monrovia on the coastline, and I could drive. What's up, Dave? And you could drive through Maryland, Liberia, into the Ivory Coast. Like, first thing I'd like to do is take that part of the Ivory Coast back and give it back to Liberia. That the whole stretch from the Kavala River to San Pedro River belongs to Liberia. It needs to come back to Liberia, and Dave, we're gonna get that land back. You know. And then I like to go to Yamoussoukro, whatnot. You know, Abidjan, everything like that. You know. Well, I would just use that example. I'm not actually sure, Baruti. You could be right. But on the whole, it's hard to travel from one African country to another, you know? Yeah, I like to go to Ivory Coast. The Cote d'Ivoire, Ivory Coast, the Cote d'Ivoire. Well, I might go to Angola next year. I want to get out of West Africa. I want to go to Southern. I want to go down under where my ancestors are from. I want to see the Congo Kingdom, you know, plant my flag in the Congo Kingdom and reclaim my kingdom, you know, as a king of the Congo. I come to reclaim Rome. I come to reclaim the Congo. And I'm going to do it too. I'm going to plant my red, black, and green flag. Boom. Right there in the middle of the lost Congo City kingdom, you know, where my ancestors ripped from. I'm going to reclaim that shit. Who's with me? We're going to reclaim that territory. And whoever contested that, woe be unto you. I come to reclaim Rome. I come to reclaim the Congo Kingdom. The first Congo King was King Alfonso, who became a freaking Christian. Forgot his African name, but he became a Christian and allowed the slave trade and whatnot. You know, that's my ancestors ended up here. My ancestors are from the Congo River, the first Africans brought to the New World 400 years ago, almost. You know, I am from down under. I'm from the Congo. I ain't from West Africa. I'm from the Congo. Hey, yo, Chief 166. I traveled to Liberia on a diplomatic visa. I got my Liberian guys calling me today and whatnot, and saying, "Man, Kala, I'm already giving instructions on the ground. I got two groups of Liberians that I'm plugged together down there. They're really doing good. They can't wait for me to get there in February. Kala, man, we got to organize. So, like I said, man, I'm disappointed I couldn't raise the cash because I'm not monetizing this channel. I want to really build this office over there, cultural center, and everything like that. But I'm doing what I can do. All the stuff money I sent to Liberia is out of my own pocket, right? Because I got no contributors. Nobody wants to contribute to me. But you're going to contribute to Tariq Nasheed. You're going to contribute to Umar Johnson and whatnot. I'm giving you something real. You guys don't want to live for dime to give the College Genesis any money. That's okay. I just keep doing what I'm doing. So that's an old trick. Call it FBI, call it FBA. Nice try, but everybody knows that I despise FBA. Now I may sound like an old school black neck, a black American black neck, but I do know where I come from. I do know where my ancestors come from. That's all you need to know. So bro, if you know it, the Congo Kingdom I'll talk about is in Angola. It's in the northern part of Angola, southern part of the Congo. So links in the chat room. Step right up, step right up. If you got something to say, add to the conversation. Why did America stop visas? This is our golden opportunity to strengthen our relationships with different African countries and whatnot. Now they know that you ain't really got no friends here in America. A lot of Africans thought they can go over our heads in America and get with the white American and whatnot. Now, white America has gone completely MAGA. They don't give a fuck about you. And what does that relate you? Back to me. So all you Africans in the chat room, I'm all you got. I'm all you got. You got to deal with me now. No more white men. You're going to have to deal with me, for better, for worse. And I urge you to support the Black African Infrastructure Organization. That's your only hope of salvation. So, step right up, step right up. Step right up, step right up. I'm loving it. Yeah, like I said, I got on TikTok today, man. I'm feeling this TikTok thing, man. It's like it's easy to use and stuff like that. All right, most fairy, you gotta show your face. Most fat 99, you gotta show your face. Can't let you up until you show your face, bro. You want to speak? Show your face. Oh, well, he doesn't want to speak. Here comes Frenchie. Frenchie, my love. What's going on? Hello? Frenchie, you there?
Hi, Callie. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. Okay, you got to speak a little louder. Soft.
Oh, sorry. Got headphones in. How's it going?
It's going great. I'm
Yeah.
feeling
How's
good.
your health? Okay, great. That's what we like to
It's getting
hear.
better.
We've been missing you on these YouTube streets, so I'm glad you're making a comeback.
What you say?
We've been missing you on these YouTube streets,
Oh yeah,
so I'm
yeah,
glad
yeah. I'm trying to come back a little bit. I'm also doing TikTok. You know.
you're on TikTok now.
Oh yeah, I did a show today with Zongo Bungo.
Okay, let me find you. I'm gonna follow you.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah, man. I got people really riled up on TikTok and whatnot. I'm pissing people off. as that's my job. My job's to piss people the fuck off.
Oh, it is. It certainly is. But quick one, Kala, I don't have access to Venmo because it's only for US citizens. Is your PayPal still active? So if I was to donate
Yeah,
via
yeah.
PayPal,
PayPal's active. PayPal. You know my PayPal. If you know my PayPal, do it. But I'm not gonna
yeah.
publish it out there because I don't like putting my name out there.
No,
If
I
you
know, I
happen to
get
know
it.
it, you can use it.
Yeah, I've still got it. So yeah, I got you. I'll
Okay.
help
So yeah.
donate on there.
Well, I wish more people had Venmo so I could yeah, like I said, when I start getting real money, every dime I get goes to what I'm doing in Liberia. Every single cent. I got a whole bunch of people over there. I got to pay
Yeah.
out of my pocket.
Mhm.
Let me get you want to say anything else, Frenchie?
Yeah, I've got a few bones to pick with you.
Oh, I knew it. I knew it. I'm in trouble. What do I do now?
No, I'm only joking. I'm only joking. I'll leave the floor for Dave and
What
the new
happened? Say
guy.
it
I don't
again?
know who that is. Sorry?
What'd you say? I ain't hear you.
Sorry, I said I'll leave the floor for Dave and the new guy. I don't know who that is.
Kunguru, he's one of my moderators. Well, let me get him on, then I'll get Focus Dave on. Kunguru, go ahead.
What's going on, Kala? I don't think
You
I've
gotta
ever.
speak up. Everybody, I can't hear anybody. Speak into the mic.
Well, hold on, hold on. Can you hear me?
Yeah, barely, but I can hear you. Yeah, let's go ahead. Let's just make it happen.
Damn. You know what? I think I had dropped this into like some water earlier. Maybe my earphones is messed up. Hold on. Let me see if I can go on speakerphone. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, now I can hear you.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. Yeah. Just I don't think I've ever like dropped in on one of your panels, man. I listen. I appreciate what you're doing. You're a real Pan Africanist as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I'm a
So
more. I call myself a black nationalist. With that, I use Pan
so
Africanism as a means.
okay. So when I first started to like listen to you, think it was about 5 years ago. Right around when Diners started to pop off or so.
Right.
What made you change? What made you change your ideology from a being a full on Pan Africanist? Because I
Well,
think
I
that's.
had to come to the realization as I went to the continent
Mhm.
and dealing with African. Most of it's dealing with Africans online.
Okay.
And then I realized, right? Listen to me very, very carefully. I want everybody to hear this very carefully, right?
Hmm.
I realized most of the conversation between black people in the world has been dominated by black people from the United States, you know? And with that, our narrative is we were taken in slavery, enslaved by the white man. He took our land, names, everything from us, and impressed us and everything like that, right? So we
Yep.
have an adversarial view of the white man and Europe.
Hmm.
However, what I discovered was during that same time period, a lot of part of Africa has had a beneficial relationship with Europeans. There were always elites in Africa who benefited from colonialism and slavery. And some of those people do not have the same view of Europe as we do. Although they'll give lip service to colonialism and stuff like that, they fundamentally do not think the white man is evil or that the white man's the enemy, right? So we try to push it like, oh, white people are this, white people that, and they're like, oh, slow up here. A white man used to come to my village and give us milk. I was told this. The white man used to come and give us this. What did Black America ever do? They don't even know our history of helping Africa. And so it dawned on me that we overextended ourselves in Africa. So we have to listen to their part, their view of what they want to see Africa. We are the landless ones, right? These people already have established cultures, civilizations, and everything. They have identity. I'm an Igbo, right? I don't want to identify as a Pan African. I've been told that by people like people like Afrodamus and all these other people. They hate Pan Africanism because they say that friggin' erases their individual culture and the individual ideology and experience. And I do that with,
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. That's just a scapegoat argument.
I know it doesn't, but that's what they say
It's a
because
scapegoat
they
argument.
don't want to.
It's a scapegoat argument to keep tribalism going, Tyler.
And they love tribalism because tribalism is power. You know,
Yes.
tribalism is more powerful than Pan-Africanism. Trust me, bro.
Yeah.
But I mean, tribalism has kind of been how the Europeans got to this point in their history. I mean, I think that they're on a decline, but I don't think that tribalism is necessarily a bad thing. But how do you? But the thing is, hold on. But I think that the chef's kiss on how the Europeans did it was that they had their tribalism, but they were able to somehow morph, or mold it into, their race or whatever the case, and keep it moving. Anyway,
well, Europeans amalgamated through religion, through language, through literature, and intermarriage, and whatnot, socialization, urbanization over a few hundred years, right? And they had a common enemy, oppressor, Rome. They had the Latin language and whatnot, and Christianity that forged them together. So that broke down barriers, right? So tribes, and look at France. France is made up of tribes of the Calvins, the Lombards, the Gauls, and these other tribes came together. And after the Roman occupation around urban areas in France and Paris, and became Frenchmen. You understand? Same thing in England. They were Saxons, Jutes, and Normans and everything. They became British. Okay, same thing all over the world. Italy, you had Napoleons, Cabrasians, Albanese. You had Sicilians, and they all became Italians. There's never been that socialization nation state in Africa that forged people into one identity, right?
So let me ask you this then. Do you think that perhaps the Europeans were more similar to each other than the Africans? That's the African, the continentals
showed up to the African continent. The concept of race and identity existed. Africans didn't have a concept of race and color. They didn't see their fellow Africans as the same, Where Europeans saw Africans as one, Africans didn't see themselves as one, until I would say the first evidence of that was probably with Queen Nzinga, as I've studied, and Shaka Zulu in many ways, He basically tried to unite all the black tribes out there because he had an idea. He saw what was happening. Europeans were enslaving black people based on race. So he said, look, as long as we're divided, that's what's going to happen. So he united all the Zulu kingdoms and all the black kingdoms under one federation. He never got a chance to confront the Europeans, but that's what what was going on. This guy, Mosfet, I am not going to let you up until I see a camera. You're a new person. I'm not going to let you up until you show me your face on the camera. I don't know what to tell you. I like to hear what you guys say, but I've been burned so many times by people coming here trolling. So I cannot take a chance of my channel getting shut down. Okay, you guys show me your face, boy. I can't see it. Go back from the camera a little bit.
Hey, you cool with my little show and tell of my garage and all that, right?
Yeah, sure. I don't care. Go ahead.
All right, cool.
That's all right. I'll go like this, but you guy looks like one of these. I don't know. We'll see what he has to say. Okay, Most Fet 99. What's on your mind?
Hey, Colin. This is Emil. What's up, dude?
Is who? Emil Sestak?
Emil Czak.
Oh no, Emil, this is you, bro?
Yes, sir.
How you been, man? I've been looking for you for years. Emil,
bro.
Mil, yo, I'm gonna kick your ass, man. I haven't heard from you. You made
really?
Yo, you did my novel, and you just bounced on me, man.
Hey, I'm gonna put my avatar on because I'm cooking right now and I'm listening to the show.
Yeah,
so I hope you don't mind.
Are you still in California? Are you still in
No, I'm
California?
not. I'm in Chicago now.
Are you back in Chicago? Damn, it's been a long time, bro.
Yeah.
We got
How
to
you
talk,
been doing,
man.
bro?
Yeah, I've been to the continent, man. Now you know.
Yeah, we do.
No, I've been to the
I've been
continent.
hearing that. That's a real good thing.
Yeah, I've been
Yeah,
going.
I
I
know
go
that's
every
a
year.
good
I go to
thing, man. You
Liberia
talked
every year.
about that
I
for
got a
how many
shorty over
years,
there.
bro? Man,
I got a shorty over there,
and
man.
you finally done it, Carlos. So
Yeah,
congratulations,
man.
man.
Yeah,
I'm real happy for you.
you were my right hand man, man. You were my right hand man, bro.
Right on. Right on, man. How
Right
you been
hand
doing,
man,
man? How's life treating you?
Life treated me good, man. My wife treated me good too, man.
How's life?
Yeah, it's going
That's
good,
good.
man.
That's
My
good.
business is going good, man. Novel, I had a couple offers for that. I had a couple offers to make my novel into a movie.
Uh-huh.
I got an offer from IB&D and
Journey.
Lionsgate. Journey to the Promised Land, yeah.
Oh, yeah? Oh,
Yeah,
man, that's awesome.
They like that cover you did, man. They like that cover you did.
Oh, really? Oh,
Yeah,
man.
everybody likes
You
that
got a lot
cover,
going
man.
for you.
Everybody likes that
Wow.
cover you did, man.
Mm.
Yeah, so, man.
Yeah,
in the mill, man.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, I'm still I haven't been as active with the BAIO over the past few years.
The
You know,
website, the social network's still up, man. It's still up.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I check into it every now and then, but, life being life, things happen,
Well,
and you drop off.
You gotta do what you gotta do, man. You gotta do what you gotta do, bro.
Yeah. But the best thing about it is I'm still into urban planning, and I've come up with more ideas and more concepts.
You came up with what we had the group. What's that one group? What's that one group?
Association of African Americans for Liberia.
Yeah, but the one group that we had, city, urban planning and city builders, whatever like that. You got a lot of good designs in there for African cities,
Oh yeah.
Well, we got to start building on that again, man.
Yeah. I was listening to the conversation earlier, and by the way, I have absolutely nothing against anybody. I don't have anything against African Americans, FBAs, African nationals, anybody. There's no reason for me to have anything against anyone or any type of contempt. But when it comes to us here, Black people here in the United States, there was a time when we were real serious, and I guess the best indication of that was the creation of the BAIO, because as I was commenting in the chat earlier, man, there was a time when we were really on a roll.
Remember when Bomani and Dynas hosted that BAO meeting in Atlanta, and you had a whole young generation with Jonathan Hill, that girl in the red and whatnot. That was powerful. That was powerful. That when Dynas met up with Bomani down there and they hosted the BAO meetup, we were off force, man. The BAO was no joke.
Oh yeah. Yeah, and a lot of people don't know that because like behind the scenes, in some of the podcasts that were presented by people like Holip and some of the other podcasters on the BAIO network, we were talking serious business. Infrastructure development, city planning, building airports, building up coastlines, forest preserves. Getting into agriculture, just across the board.
Every aspect of building a nation, we were on it. Every aspect of infrastructure, we were talking about it.
Absolutely. And, I think a lot of people, they kind of like brush us off as, oh, these are just some pie in the sky guys that's just, they're just coming up with, about a lot of, fake promises or whatever. No, it wasn't like that. These were actual plans that were being made to introduce to primarily West African nations. If they were willing,
host countries that would say, okay, let's put your plan, and they has to be backed up by money and resources. it would have worked.
Mhm.
It definitely would have worked.
Yeah.
You know.
Absolutely, absolutely. Because my focus, since you had introduced the country of Liberia, I'm talking about in explicit detail the historical aspects and the connection that Black Americans here in the United States had with the people of Liberia. I kind of focused in and went real deep into this, like, okay, what can we actually bring over there and
Right.
introduce to the Liberians
But
that we could collaborate?
if I could ever get you to Liberia, you would fucking, it would be a revolution. If you could ever go to Liberia, bro,
Mm.
if you got all the ideas, bro.
Hey, who knows, man? Maybe it'll happen. Maybe it's time for that.
Maybe,
Because as you can see.
hopefully you'll go there with me next year in March, in February, March. I'll put up
Well,
money for your plane ticket, bro.
hey, well, we'll see what we can do because I'm pretty much open for a lot of things. I had planned
You can
to.
stay in my house. You can stay in my house.
Yeah.
Don't worry about nothing, man. You come to Liberia next year, bro.
Yeah.
You meet
Hey,
up.
but
I have a team on the ground there, man. I
Mhm.
travel there with a diplomatic visa. I got a connection with the people in the government and everything, you
Mhm.
know. So the bottom
Well,
line is
you're talking about
man.
you're talking about like a development team.
Yeah, man, we got everything, but just the bottom line, what we got to do is bring it home. By we have to have the right sort of backing, you know. We got to have the right sort of backing, you know, and somewhere along the
Yeah.
line, it's out there, you know. It's
Yeah.
out there, you know. I'm trying to get more
Well,
people from different parts of Africa to invest in what we're doing
Mhm.
and whatnot. You know, the
Hey,
ideas what we're talking about, the building city planet. There's so much land in Liberia available to us. You know, we could
Yeah.
build this.
Really?
Oh, land is no problem. My great African that's on here, he said, Colin, anytime you get ready, I got 400 acres of land for you in Nimba County. That's what great Africa. I got so much land offer, it's unreal. I got more land offers than I know what to do with, you know, in Liberia, you know.
Wow. Well, that's key
like
there.
you around saying, you know something, let's put the plan on paper, you know. Like, you know, you
Mhm.
can take the city, the map and say, I could draw this and drew this and whatnot, you know, connect this with this and whatnot. If people see that, the images you can do with the CD AutoCAD, remember I said I was going to help you buy that software and we could do an image and whatnot. When people see that, right, then you're going to have the government getting interested in it, you know, because we got a guy, we got a lot of African Americans who are moving there now, you know.
Yeah. Well, do you have like a project, one particular project that you were going to start on? Because I believe in like starting small and proving yourself.
But what I wanted to do was first was my friend Sam has a lot of buildings. Maybe go someplace else. I need a place of business. I've been trying that for like 3-4 years now. Get a building and renovate it, right? To be my base of operations. Then I have an office and all that stuff like that, fax, you know, computers, whatever like that. I have interns working there and stuff like that. Your young Liberians working there for me, you know, do like that. You know, we're connected with a lot of different Liberian organizations. Get that. Well, we got a place of business, a place of operation. That's the first thing. Then basically the second thing is you have to have a few vehicles to transport and get around and whatnot. Then you got to you get a warehouse and get equipment, you know, start stacking your equipment up. You know, you need bulldozers, whatever it is. If you're going to get into farming, you can rent out tractors and stuff like that, you know, bulldozers, whatever it is.
Yeah.
In other words, be operational in the country. We got to get that first, you know? And I don't think no Black American is operational on the continent on a large scale. I think they do. You got a couple of construction companies in Ghana, but what we got to do is be operational on the country. You know, you have to have operate so we can move and do stuff. You know.
Yeah. Hey, let me ask you. What are the development costs like over in a place like that compared to what they have here in the United States?
You would probably have to ask my good brother Focus Dave on it. He knows a little more about it. It's very, very cheap. It's not that expensive, you know. Go ahead, Dave.
Okay. Hey man, I like I say you were bringing back a lot of memories of what we were doing with the BAIO, and that's the reason why I called in because I was wow,
like I said, we were on our way, man. I guess unfortunately, we fell out. We fell out. That's what we fell out, but you know.
Well,
I'm
people
willing,
saying,
I'm willing to make
you know,
amends with him if it means
yeah,
us putting this all behind us and just working together.
yeah. And sometimes that's all it takes is just one person to you kind of like break the mold and
Yeah,
just
I'm
start.
willing. I love the BAO that much, and I realized how powerful it was when you was there when the land development. It was called the Land Development Agency. That's what it was. It was the Land
Uh-huh.
Development Agency. That
Yeah,
was our flagship group in the BAO, the Land Development Agency.
yeah. Because
Yeah,
land is wealth.
yeah.
You know.
Development cost is not expensive, man. It's just most of the money's gonna go to material. So
Hmm.
yeah,
That's a good thing. That's good news.
yeah.
And I haven't been keeping up with Africa. I used to keep up with the development news across the whole continent of Africa on a daily basis. But like I said, life throws you curves sometime, and you just kind of like got to step back
Yeah,
and take
I,
care of
I
a
know
few
how it
things.
is, man. You get
Yeah,
caught up with other things you gotta do, so it's no problem. It is what it is.
yeah. But I think the
Yeah,
best thing is that
I've been holding it down because I knew eventually you come back around. I said Mill's probably going to think, man. I was like, dang, 'cause I called you several times. It was your dad answer the phone.
mhm,
Every once in a while I try to call you
yeah.
and I'd be like your dad answer the phone and whatnot. How was he doing? Is he all right?
No, that's not my dad. That's my older brother.
Oh, your older brother.
But he's
Okay.
he's doing better. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah.
What's that with your dad?
Yeah. No, my dad. He passed away a few years ago.
Oh,
What is
okay.
that? 2014. So
Okay, yeah, I know.
yeah, but
The voice was different.
hey, but the opportunities they still exist for people that are real serious, and I would say for anybody here. And I'm not forsaking, my country. This is my country. I served in the military. I was
Right. We're
born
expanding.
here.
We're
You
expanding. We're
know,
expanding.
we're expanding. We're expanding. I'm a patriot. I love this country. I'll fight to the death for it. Because I'm not doing that for myself. I'm doing that for my family. I'm doing that for my
For future
ancestors.
generations, we got to have something besides this.
Yeah, yeah. So but I believe in also opportunities that can be developed, and like I say, I'm not going to be here forever. We got to think about the future generation, especially right now here in the
Yeah,
United
that's the
States.
whole idea of BAO. But they building the
Yeah.
infrastructure for the future.
And you remember we had, I mean, it really got into explicit detail about the type of opportunities that were going to be created for young Black Americans here in the
Oh yeah,
United
there's gonna be
States
all kinds
and
of
options.
opportunities, man. Young
Yeah,
Black Americans
yeah,
are gonna be a privileged class when we do this. They're gonna have
yeah.
tons of opportunity in science in the STEM. Our STEM was another group that we took pride in. We
Yeah,
had one of the best STEM groups. The discussions we used to have, folks, will be out of there.
yeah,
Nuclear energy. Remember David Hitt? We would have nuclear
yeah.
energy. We would have debates back and forth about different science and whatnot. We were on a different
Alternative
level.
energy.
It was on a
Oh
different
yeah,
level.
oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Personally, I'd like to bring that back, and really focus on that, and like get out of this crowd of people that spew just a lot of negative shit about both, Black people here in the United States and the African nationals over on the continent,
Right.
because my thing is you remember me. I look at things globally. And I look at like the Asian countries, how they're working together. Of course they have their differences in their culture,
Exactly.
their opinion, their
They have
politics,
a
and this
higher
and
pay.
that.
The Bangdung
Right,
Conference, 1955. They say, yo,
right.
we got a bit differences, but we're gonna work on building Asia. 30 years, they caught up with the West.
Yeah, exactly. And the a primary example that we always use as a sign that things can be done. You remember we used to talk a lot about the development of Singapore, how it
Yeah,
changed
Singapore
from
has always
you
been the
know.
model. I got my guy Dark
Mhm,
Miko in the chat room. He knows all about
mhm,
Singapore now, man. Lee Kuan Yew,
mhm.
Singapore. That's
Oh
always been
yeah,
our model.
yeah. And as we can see, Asia is really, essentially, they're popping their collar because they've invested the time, the money, they've invested into the people, the education, the technology, and right now, I hate to be critical of the United States, but, they're hating on Asia, but they're hating on China. You can't get mad at China.
America's
China
falling
invested
behind.
in the
America's
people.
falling into abyss of ignorance, backward, and it's
Um,
dragging us down with it. You know.
Yeah, exactly. We've wasted so much potential in this country. Race being exclusive. The bullshit about race, skin color, and all that. That's Mickey Mouse compared to what we have to deal with now. It's a changing world. It's a technological world, and it's a very competitive world. And I really, right now at this point in this country, I really don't see a future in the United States. And that's pretty bad because
Yeah.
I'm a very optimistic person. I'm a go-getter. I'm the type of person that likes to apply myself if an opportunity exists. But right now, the problems that we're having here in the United States is just a lot of it has been produced on our own. You know, we wasted a lot of potential. You know, and the only way we're going to be able to get out of that is to change our mindset, and that's going to take some time, a generation or two. Who knows? But
Well, long live the BAIO, man. Long as the BAIO's here. And look, I told you we got a chapter there in Liberia. It's growing. You know.
oh
And we
really?
got stuff.
I
Oh
got
yeah,
to
we
check
got
that out.
chapters. And me and
Mm,
Bomani took a tour, a BAO tour, and 2 years ago
hmm
in Liberia. We brought an African American tour group there to Liberia, and we all had BAO. It was BAO BAO was with the BAIO, uh, along with College and me, was the host of the tour of Bomani's group tour to Liberia. You know, I met them at the airport.
hmm
I was the one who hosted the tour, the BAO, my group,
mm.
BAO group on the ground in Liberia. So we got a chapter.
Ah,
All we need is an office and everything like that. We got shirts and everything like that. I'm really the BAO is growing in Liberia. You know, the whole idea of
hmm
Black African infrastructure and building infrastructure, putting infrastructure is before tribe and nation. We got to build Africa. You know,
hmm Yeah, yeah.
science and
There's a lot of
and
potential.
technology. You know. So we get
Yeah.
people, Africans on board with the idea of science and technology and infrastructure, modern businesses, finance and stuff like that, trade and everything like that. You know, so we can't
Oh yeah,
lose.
dude. We were talking about developing banks, infrastructure banks.
Oh yeah, we was
Uh,
talking about all that, man. You know.
Yeah, and what was his name? The one Liberian brother, Adolphus McCready. I wonder how he was doing. I
Oh
was
yeah,
thinking
yeah.
about him
Adolphus
a few
McGree. I never
years
got to
ago.
meet him. He's doing really, really well. The
Hmm
most honorable Adolphus McGrady. He's one of the best
hmm
architects in the damn world. You know, Liberian brother. You
Yeah,
know.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I love the concepts he used to come up with. And he really inspired me to. He kind of like really opened my mind about the people of Liberia. Because
Yo, let me ask you a question. Did Pianki
mm,
pass away?
I don't know. I haven't heard from
Yeah, look,
him.
I saw it on
Uh,
his Facebook page. Has it posted since 2023.
and he was an older
He
gentleman
was very
too.
old,
So
yeah, at the time. You know.
yeah. Yeah, and I think he stated a few times that he was going to do so much and then he was going to retire. So, but I love the insight that he used to give. As an older person, passing on knowledge to younger people. It
Right.
was very inspiring. So I don't know, man. Like you say, there's an opportunity to get things started again. I don't know.
Yeah, we got to,
I
we just got to patch up all the egos with everybody and say, yo, look,
do.
this is what we're trying to do. You know.
Well, the best way to do that is to let everybody know that, there are, everybody that's coming in, you're bringing something into the group. I have always had that mindset. I specialize in one area, you specialize in another. I can learn something from you, from him, from her, that because what is the old saying? No man knows everything. Okay,
Right.
no woman knows everything. Education is a lifelong journey. There's always something to new to learn every day. So I don't know. Like I say, shake off the old and bring on the new. Just change your mindset. I've even thought about. Well, I am going to go back to school and study urban planning because
I want to start all over again and have another meet and greet like Dynas and Bomani had in Atlanta. That was so inspiring, man. That was like, wait, we did it, man. Remember that?
Oh yeah. But this time around, what we can do is step up and take it to the next level by actually coming up with some plans that we can introduce and look for investors. You said there was a substantial amount of land over in Liberia. That's a big plus.
Dave, hey, Dave, can you break it down to him about the land opportunity in Liberia?
It's a lot of land.
Yeah,
man.
I'd like
a
to
lot
hear
of unoccupied land in Liberia, man.
Hold on, check this out. The land, the road. This is what I'm saying. It's just so elementary. Robertsport is going to be the next hottest spot for surfing and boating. They're building several hotels up there. But do you know in that 20? How many miles is that from Bomi to Robertsport? It's like 20 miles, Dave.
Yeah, like 20, 30 miles.
Yo, do you know in that whole stretch there's no gas station?
Really?
There should be rest stops, everything. They're going to pave that road. That road's going to be paved soon. They leveled it out when that's smooth. But all the way up to Robertsport, there's no gas stations. There's opportunity, man.
Yeah. And that's a very highly populated area, isn't that?
No, it's empty, That Robertsport, Lake Pizzo. Look at Lake Pizzo. It's beautiful. Scenic. It's going to be the next best thing as far as tourism, Robertsport got the beaches. They got surfing, got international surfing competitions, And you got a lot of white people going up there surfing and whatnot. We got Nana's Lodge. I'm going to stay there again. I love Nana's Lodge. The food there and everything. They got a buffet at night with lobsters and everything. It's a freaking, oh man! You come with us, man. You're gonna love it, bro.
What happened to the Liberian brother that owned that hotel? I think he owned a few hotels in Monrovia.
Are you talking about? Bob Johnson?
No, not Bob Johnson. He was a
talking about
native Liberian.
He was like which one? There's one guy that was half Lebanese. I forgot his name was Mossad, whatever. Dave probably knows him. He owned the Royal Palm.
I think so. Yeah.
He invited me down there. I couldn't get up with him because my scheduling thing. But he wanted me to stay in his hotel and then put it on the website, say I stayed there so he could boost it up. Because I did that the Calabas. I made the Calabas famous just by posting it on Facebook. Calabas is the best club in the world in Liberia,
So he still has he's still in the hotel business and owns hotels.
Yeah. If we're talking about the same guy. What's his name, Dave? The guy that owns a Royal Palm Hotel, Tubman Boulevard.
Yeah, I forgot his name, but I got his face inside my head. I just can't remember his name.
And he looks kind of chunky. He looks kind of chunky.
Yeah.
Light skinned. Yeah. He's still there. He's still there.
That's
he
good.
owns a couple of hotels. Yeah, he's still there. Yeah.
That's good. Yeah. Like I said, this, the opportunities for development here in the United States, you understand what it's like for Black people getting into real estate development, land development here. There's always some caveat that pretty much stops what you do. Hey, I'm not trying to take away from the content of the context of your podcast today.
No. Keep going.
I just wanted to highlight you, man. I just want to highlight you.
You got my information, right?
Say again?
You got my information. I want you to give me a call tomorrow.
Okay, and I'll send you my number and we can talk.
Oh, I'll put my number in the back chat. Hold up.
Okay. Yeah, it's good to hear from you, Colin, man.
Good to hear from you too, man. I didn't know where you were, bro.
Yeah.
All these years.
And for all of your listeners, I don't agree with everything that you say, but I'm not going to hold that against you.
Right. That's why I know. I know you don't agree with everything I say. Could you tell me? You're the one person who tell me.
But Cali,
look in the back chat. That's my phone number, Bill.
Hey,
Okay.
brother Mouse, but before you leave, at least
Hmm.
you say you don't agree with everything, but at least you were able to have a civil conversation without abusing each other.
Yeah.
Because,
Exactly.
because
This
Exactly.
guy, this
online
guy
is
helped.
it,
This guy helped me with my novel. I wouldn't have got my novel published without him, man. He helped me out with a lot of stuff over the years. He helped me build the BAO. He helped me
I
build
know.
it.
Like I told the Kala when I came onto the show I'm like, this is refreshing because everywhere I go just to listen, it's always like just vitriol and it just become too
Yeah,
toxic.
those are ignorant. Those are ignorant. This is where we're taking charge of this movement. This
Okay.
is where you get the real black men. We'll put our differences aside, but we understand Africa, Pan Africanism, and Black nationalism has to come first.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, man, we
And we
need
got
that.
some.
We in critical times right now.
We ain't got time to play games with this stupid nonsense.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know, I came up actually to address Kala's point earlier. Maybe it was just joking, but the issue of it's easier for you to move around Africa with an American passport than I can do with a Nigerian passport.
Oh, that's what I was talking about. That's what I was talking about.
So the first thing that they just agreed to last year, that was just signed last year, was what is called the AFCT deal, which makes because for example, now I'm Nigerian, I'm a Yoruba man. I live close to the border. The next country to me is Benin Republic. We are the same people. That part of Benin Republic, we're the same Yoruba people, but I'm cut off from them economically because they speak different languages. I'm English. They just speak French. I speak Naira. They spend different amount of money. We have deals with the British. They have deals with the French. So even though we are the same people, we're like completely. We can't even do shit together economically. You see what I'm saying? So they're changing all that now, where we're gonna have a central exchange where we can actually trade amongst each other. Right now, the entire African continent, the entire trade amongst each other is barely 7%. The whole continent amongst each other, the entire trade is barely 7% trade. So that is what they're changing now. Those borders have to come down. That's what.
Exactly.
So once those one comes down, and it's very easy for me to trade, move around Africa, move goods around, then you start seeing the change that we all want. But that is the first step to check. Like for example, if I fly to you see Botswana or whatever, if I fly to Kenya, I pay more flying to Kenya than somebody flying from France. See how crazy that is, Kala?
Yeah, I was saying that earlier, and I got my head ripped off. No one ain't calling. We got serious problems.
It's ridiculous.
on the
Like,
continent,
dude, we're on the same continent, and it's harder for me to move around than some guy coming from here, from France or England.
Right. It's easy to go from France, England, than from one African country to another.
Exactly. Even with the Maya, as big as it is from Ghana, this guy had to wait 2 years to get a visa to Botswana, and it's in Ghana.
Yeah.
So that is the first. That has to be the first thing, and I'm glad everybody signed off to it. Now, the implementation is what we're now looking at right now in terms of labor laws and all that kind of things. But that's what they're working on right now. So, yeah, and people in diaspora too, they're making it easier in terms of business opportunity and access. So that's. But I will always tell people, if you're coming from the diaspora, black or whatever, always go through the government. Always go to the government license agencies, just not everybody. So that's what I would say. Always go through government agencies. Don't just trust anybody that wants to exploit you. Go through government appointed agencies for anything, land, business, or stuff like that. So that will make your job easier on the continent. But to the
That's a wise move to make, because the government, through their exposure, it can be held more accountable than private parties when it comes to investments and setting up plans and following laws, established laws and stuff like that. So, especially you're talking about, intracontinental travel, which I agree, it needs to be improved. I mean, when it comes to like transportation, that's another area that I think Africa as a continent is sleeping on because you primarily have all of the resources that you need within the continent, nation by nation. So when it comes to tourism, trade, commerce, or whatever, the interconnection that you have with making flights easy, going from East to West Africa or from West Africa to South Africa or within that triangle, whatever, you make it easier for yourself. You make it easier for the people of those areas, the main cities,
Mhm.
and you also improve and increase the opportunity for business between those cities and people of the different groups,
Right.
and you'll cut down on a lot of cultural strife too. Because
Right.
I'm a realist. I know it's not a perfect world out there, even when even between African people. You understand and you see the contention that's going on between people of African descent here in the United States and those that are actually from Africa. You know that works against our potential.
Emil,
That's
bro,
counterproductive.
Emil, let me cut you off. But I had a guy sitting here waiting for a long time. Kasha, go ahead, bro.
Mhm.
Kasha. All right. Kasha fell asleep.
Kala, if I'm flying to Kenya, I must first fly to Ethiopia first. That's the way they route me.
Yeah.
I have to go up first, then come down. Why can't I say my family and I wants to go spend the weekend in Kenya and come back on Monday? That should be that's
the whole thing, It's not easy traveling around, even up until like the 90s. If you want to call in Africa for another country, the signal had to go to Europe, and then let's say you want to call from Ghana to Nigeria, the wiring signal went there. Now they got the fiber optic, you can call one country to another. That's good, and the satellites. But before, you would have to dial to a carrier in Europe. They route you to their carrier, that has Ghana, and then they switch you over. And so you're paying all those rates right there just to call a country right next door to each other.
Yes, that would change by May next year. Once I think they are rebuilding the Lagos.
No, I thought they already changed that.
No, for the airport. I mean.
Oh no, I was talking about the communication. The 90s.
No, that one is done. They have all these things. They have all the cable thing in Nigeria. Like cable one.
Now they do, but in the 90s they didn't have it.
And now, because I came up to address the point maybe you were joking about, why don't we have all these stories in Africa that we can tell? The studio thing that you were talking about earlier on. They have one coming up in Eco Atlantic. It's called the Ben Murray Bruce Studios. Ben Murray Bruce is a former senator, and it has cinema halls. It has TV station. That is his business. It's in media.
Is he in Tanapa?
Yeah. If you look at his picture, he's light skinned like Obama. That's the way they look.
I know who he is.
Who he is. That's the way he looks.
He has like an American last name, right?
It's light. Yeah, he's Ben Murray Bruce. So it has.
Yeah. I know what you're talking about. I saw what he's doing. Yeah, I know.
Yeah. So also the stories. If you look at a man called Dio Faguma, he was writing all these stories in the 40s. It was all this fiction. It was writing all those stuff.
I'll tell you what. You know what I like? I like that Half a Yellow Sun. I don't know what it is about that movie. Maybe because it's a Hollywood movie, but that movie was beautiful.
You see, we have stories. We just don't have.
That's a story. That is a story about the Biafra War. As stories we want to know.
No, but we don't have the infrastructure no. If you watch those, there's some Nigerian movies on Netflix that were backed up by Netflix. You can see that. Oh wow, amazing! But it's Netflix doing it, so they're gonna do it their own way with Western influence, in some of the storytelling. But if you watch Nollywood movies on Netflix, you'll see the difference. You'll see the Hollywood effect and everything on that. But the YouTube ones, I mean, we enjoy it for what it is. But it's not gonna.
Now, what was that movie? Elvis was trying to say Tears of the Sun. I thought it was called Half a Yellow Sun.
No. That one is the Bruce Willis one. That's the one you're talking about.
I ain't talking about the Bruce Willis one. I'm talking about the one with Chiwetel Ejiofor.
Yeah.
And that one, Thaddeus Newton, whatever her name is.
Yeah.
They play husband and wife during the Biafra War.
yeah.
That was a beautiful movie. I mean, a beautiful movie. I loved it. You know, it put you right back in 1960s Nigeria. You know what it looked like. I like when you have period pieces. You know,
Oh, you enjoy those PFP? Okay.
I love period pieces. I love them. You know, I love going back in history. I love Idi Amin movies. You know, going back in time and telling stories. You know, let's see what other movies. I like Nelson Mandela movies. I like history. You know, I love history. You know, so Africans have a lot of history that we could bring to the forefront that would definitely sell because we are definitely interested in this history and it will sell. You know, that last King of Scotland was sold really good. You know.
Did you enjoy Hotel Rwanda?
Oh, I love Hotel Rwanda, and I also liked Sometimes in April. That was the other. That was more brutal, but Hotel Rwanda was good.
You know.
Cheadle.
On Netflix right now, the biggest TV show is like the South African TV show right now on Netflix. The Polygamist. Everybody in the world is what. Even in America, it's called Fire. I'm like, it's you should watch. It's ridiculous. It's called the Polygamist.
What's it called? What's the movie called?
No, it's a TV show. It's a TV series on Netflix. It's called The Polygamist. It's the biggest thing in the world right now. Everybody, everywhere in the world is watching. Like it's called Fire. It's got that what's the name of that thing from Korea the other time? That kind of effect on Netflix, like the highest rated TV show on Netflix. I forgot the name of that Korean movie stuff. The one that they were playing a game with the gamblers or whatever it's called. You know what I'm talking about.
I might, you know.
Squid Games.
Yeah. So like a Squid Game kind of thing, the effect. But in terms of impact and like interest, it has that level of interest globally. But it's an African TV series. So yeah, so we do produce some good movies.
All Africa has to do is tell their authentic stories, especially history. You know, tell the stories, authentic history. I would love to have a mythical movie about the African Europa pantheon.
No, there are
adventure. You know, with all the Greek gods. We need a pantheon movie. You know.
There are. Let me put. I put a name of somebody there. There's this one called the Forest of the 1,000 Demons. I mean, I wish we could fund that movie. If somebody can fund it, Dio Fagunwa to me is the greatest writer of all time. Just check out his books. I mean, they use his books in Harvard and Yale even to today. And he wrote those books in the 40s. So, I don't know who owns the publishing rights to his books. I know he was published.
Yeah, the whole thing is this, like I was saying earlier about Stan Lee, Jack Kirby. You know, in America, when it comes down to publishing and whatnot, the real authors are never always known. You know, the lady that said she wrote the Terminator and the Matrix said it was stolen from her idea because it was shelved and whatnot. You know, and like I said about Black Panther, I know somebody black came up with that concept. And they ran with it, you know. I just know.
I will not. When it comes to Thor, I will not argue with you that it came from Greek. But that Marvel Oya girl, that is Yoruba Oya clearly right there. I mean,
yeah, but they would never give the credit to
that.
They
They literally stole that. Like come on, you stole this shit. Come on, that is Oya now.
Yeah, so
the African storm goddess is Yoruba pantheon. I mean, they still worship her to today. So,
yeah, her name was Sylvia Stewart.
Sylvia Stewart.
Creator.
You know, she lost her case though.
Mm-hmm.
She lost her case.
You know what I found odd? The two brothers that were accused of stealing her creative work. I think they're
both transsexuals.
Yeah.
Say it again. Emil, say it again.
Transsexuals.
What is
that?
That?
You really serious?
Oh yeah. If my eyes not lying to me. I think that's what I've seen. It's like, wait a minute. These were guys first, and then later on the same name show up, and there's two females there. I mean, like I know I got good common sense, but
All right, now hold on.
man,
Mill, I need you on this. Right? I need you on this, right?
okay,
Now, I'm gonna answer 1776, my resident troll clown, America loving clown, whatnot. We all love America, but not like this nigga. Anyway, he says the idea of Black Panther originated with a white man. Okay, and Stan Lee, who interested. Now, look, this is the 1960s, the highest of the Black Power movement. Up until that time period, how have white Hollywood portrayed Africa?
negatively, pimps, drug pushers, drug addicts.
Not Black America, but the African continent.
Oh, the African continent. When it comes to the African continent, primarily primitive, behind the times, animalistic, practicing all kind of weird religions.
So why would a group of white people? Why would anybody believe a group of white people could conceive something like that would create the most advanced civilization of Black people more powerful than white people are? Why would anybody think that somebody white conceived that?
Yeah, because when it came to creating that movie, man, you had to have a hell of a imagination.
Yeah. The facts are that Stan Lee and Jack Kirby created the Black Panther character.
Okay, all right, okay. Let's have this. DK,
I mean,
let's
Tyler, you can't even acknowledge me, man. I came on the platform and
all right. Let me acknowledge Elvis. I want to get his feeling. Go ahead, Elvis. Say what you gotta say. Then I'm gonna eat DK alive.
My feelings are hurt, man. Damn, Tyler.
I feel hurt, bro. Like you ain't acknowledge me either, bro.
No,
so
we did acknowledge you. We did acknowledge you. Oh, did we say Costa?
Yeah, Costa, you was off when he was trying to get you to come on.
Oh, I see what's going on. I see what it is. It's because I'm Black, right? Okay.
Well, let me say this, right, Carla.
We called you up. You didn't answer. I was like, Costa, come on, man. Okay. All right, Elvis, go ahead.
I'm on Wi-Fi, y'all. Y'all gotta cut me some slack, man.
Yeah. I agree with DK. I agree with DK.
Shout out to Hustle Smart.
Okay. Yeah, it was
somewhere around here.
It was created by a white man.
Okay, now let me ask you a question.
Jeez, I can't even
Elvis, let me ask you before you go. Tell me in your own words, how does a creative team in somewhere like Stan Lee's operates? What's the modus operandi? How does it work?
Let me explain it to you. Right, he said he was inspired by the civil rights movement. This happened in 1966. That's when he created a comic for Black Panther. And he said his idea was that Black people would have their own country where it's only Black people that would
You really think he came up with that?
I mean,
He's a liar. Stan Lee didn't come up with that.
That's fine, but
come up with that, bro.
Unless you can attribute it to somebody.
Let me tell you something, Elvis. Elvis, let me tell you how it works. Do you think Walt Disney created Mickey Mouse?
Carla, it doesn't matter what you or anybody thinks. Do you have factual evidence?
Hold up, but you know how this goes on, DK. You don't know the fact, man. Hold on.
I just want to come in and contribute to the conversation. You fight it with me, man. Let me just give my take.
All right, okay, go ahead. You guys have it. Go ahead.
So the point is, Stan Lee wrote a lot of different, comics, a lot of different unique storylines. He's a genius. He came up with ideas. He wrote stories about those people. He brought them to life through the comic pages. So he's capable of coming up with something.
You understand these people, Stan Lee and all these people, they didn't really come up with their own. So they basically publish them. They all kinds of writers, artisans, and everything like that working for them. Did he draw the Black Panther?
There's illustrators and then there are writers, right? For comics.
And there's also artisans and people come up with concepts. It probably wasn't even decided. Like, let me give you an example.
Why do you want to take credit from him? It's a great character he created.
Let me say this. Now, when you have something like Iron Man, you have Tony Stark's, right? He has this, he has that, right there. There's probably 20 different people saying, no, Iron Man should be this. Then they finally agree on this is the final prototype of Iron Man. 20 different people kind of had input on that. One person
No,
can't take credit.
Tyler, you can have different illustrators that come and bring a different style to the comics, but the storyline and the basis of the foundation of the characters is always giving credit to the original creator.
No, not necessarily. Now, do you tell me Disney created Mickey Mouse?
Steamboat, what is it? Was it Steamboat Willie or whatever it was called? The original Mickey Mouse. People say he stole it from somebody. It was an idea that was brought to him by one of his.
So the bottom line is that happens all the time, bro.
But not necessarily in the instance of Black Panther, Colin.
Well, hold on. Let me ask you a question. Look, my whole thing is this. I can see someone saying, okay, we're going to create this like that. But the whole idea of this Shangri-La, highly advanced civilization and whatnot, can only come from people who were oppressed, who thought about revenge and vengeance every day of their life and their culture, Unless you say Stan Lee was secretly black on the inside, I don't see that, Unless
Kyla, that's it. Stan Lee is secretly black on the inside.
Are you talking about the Black Panther movie or the comic?
The original comics. You gonna tell me that somebody could create something that bad?
Yes, it was Stan Lee.
Do you have evidence?
Stan Lee didn't create one superhero from Marvel. Not one.
Okay. Tell me in particular who created Black Panther. Then who's the real creator of it?
We don't.
You had Jack Kirby and you had Stan Lee. Those are the two creators of Marvel.
You'll never know who the real creators are.
Those are the people who got credit for the creation.
Okay, so who are the real creators?
The real creators was the black person.
Who was that black person? What is his name?
We gonna call him X.
Oh my God.
Call him variable.
DK, I'm with you on this 100%, man. Come on, guys.
And I'm not one to give white people credit like that, but the truth is the truth. Unless you have evidence.
That's true.
I think you meant to say you're not want to give white people credit like that.
But hold on, it's not that. It's the fact of the matter is. Let me ask you a question, right? Up until Black Panther, right? How did Hollywood and popular culture portray Africa?
Primitive.
The white man gave us Tarzan.
One second, Kyle. Let me answer Baruti.
Unorganized.
You said Black Vulcan, was on TV in 1970. Black Panther was created in the 1960s. So Black Panther was created before Black Vulcan. But go ahead.
My point I'm trying to make is white people created MGM studios and whatnot. They always portray Africa like the white man's burden. I was watching one show. I think it was Tarzan. Movie's Tarzan. The friggin' white man comes in there and he friggin' the African falls off the canoe and gets eaten by a crocodile, and the white lady was saved. You go, oh, that was close one. Completely ignoring the fact that a man just got eaten. One of his transports got eaten, and he said, "Oh, that was close," because the white woman got rescued. They just openly do that. King Kong, all these things were negative, And so you're gonna tell me these same people who just degraded Africa, made us hate Africa, be ashamed of it, came up with a Black Panther? Come on, come on.
Well, Carla, that was kind of the reason why Stan Lee created.
So Stan Lee wanted to help. Oh, come on, DK.
So you saying Stan Lee was a super liberal white man? He cares so much about.
Yes. Do you know who Stan Lee is? He's a Jewish man from New York City. He's very liberal.
I know of the Jews, and I know the work of the Jews.
The Jews are the ones who created all
the you guys don't like that. Black Panther that you love so much was created by a white man. But
no, it wasn't. He was stolen. The concept was stolen.
From whom?
You have
one of the writers.
From home, Kyla.
He probably had so many people around him and such like that. It was a Black Panther.
He told you where he got the inspiration from. He was inspired by the Black Panthers.
You had the Black Panther Party at the time.
Yeah.
You had Black Power and all stuff like that going on. And so
the Black Panther Party wasn't until 69.
No, 66.
So, Carla, you think Stokely Carmichael created the Black Panther?
No. What I'm saying, came during the Black Power, Black nationalist revolution in the 60s.
Was it Bobby Seale? He created the Black
No,
Panther.
no, no. I'm saying the
Oh,
fact of
DK,
the matter
relax.
is everything was black power, you know what I'm saying? So of course you're gonna have
Kyler, give that white man his credit. People
I
have
gotta give the white man's credit.
they
Nothing, you
have
know?
a formula on how they create these things,
Oh,
and
yeah,
it just
yeah,
tends
yeah,
to
yeah,
work.
but
They use history.
The bottom line is this.
They use allegories.
White folks didn't create their concept of superheroes. They borrowed that from African Orishas. Africans created the concept of superheroes.
Hey, that may be fine, but we're not going to the movies to watch Shango and the Orishas Avengers.
Understand why you're going to the movies. Understand why Blade saved Marvel. Now Marvel, Marvel can't exist without black people.
That may be fine. I'm not arguing you. I'm not arguing against that.
So understand the whole thing, the whole
We're
creation.
talking about who created Black Panther, right? And it's Stan Lee. There's nobody else that we can attribute it to.
Superman, Batman.
Unless you guys know someone else that say, "Hey man, I created Black Panther."
All of these concepts come
I have
from
never heard Stan Lee actually give it. You guys have an interview where he said how he came up with Black Panther and stuff like that?
Yes, that's why we keep telling you. He said he got the inspiration from the civil rights movement. So look it up, Kyler.
He published it. I'm talking
Black Panther had the comic book Black Panther had nothing to do with the civil rights movement. So
That's where he got the inspiration from. It's not saying that it's.
How can
Oh
he
my
be
gosh!
if it had nothing to do with the civil rights movement?
No, that's you don't understand what I'm saying.
When were the Black Panthers created? The political group. When did
No, the civil. He didn't say the Black Panther Party. He said the civil rights movement, where black people was fighting for their rights. He imagined a place where black people had their power. They had an advanced society where they were thriving.
Yeah, but the civil
That's
rights
what he
movement
said. That was the
just
inspiration
opposite
for
of
it.
that. The civil rights movement was America being one people, colorblind, all that.
Yeah, but
I
oh my
did
God.
the black nationalists.
Inspiration doesn't mean that the
Yeah,
product
who
is
took
going to
it?
have
Who
direct
was-
correlation
who
to
was
what
the
you was
Black-
inspired from.
Black Panther was a black nationalist inspired cartoon. So whoever he got it was from black nationalists.
Okay, Kyle.
That's the truth.
Okay, let me ask you a question about the show. What is this? What is your point about the show?
My point
About
was I start tonight when I talk about
the African countries.
America stopped visas, right? They took Sierra Leone's office of visa away, moved it to Monrovia. So you gotta go to Monrovia if you're from Sierra Leone, you want a visa to the United States. They shut 25 countries.
Well, that's a good thing, Kyla.
25 countries.
That's a good thing.
And that's sad, you know.
That's a good thing because when you had Doge, which all of you guys were in favor of, it was going to cut government waste. So the U.S. government is shutting consulates and drawing down their staffs, so that a lot of people have to go to regional embassies like the one in Liberia.
Well,
So that's good. It's saving you money, Kyla. Your taxpayer monies are being saved.
Hold on. I'm saying because I see a lot of Africans up in arms about it. They're like, why is this happening and stuff like that?
No, well, you voted for it, Kyla, so that's what you wanted. So you got it.
No, look. I have no. It doesn't affect me personally because I'm not an African national. But I'm saying to the fact of the matter is that Africans put a lot of stock in America. I guess we didn't really have to lobby.
Did you think about that before you voted for Trump so enthusiastically?
Well, look, Elvis, I told you what I voted for, right? And look, title, I want a whole section 1557 of the Affordable Care Act scrapped, and definitely Title 9 gone. That's gone. That's what I voted for. That's it. I ain't think about nothing else.
Yeah, it's like taking Viagra, Kyla. And then it lasts for 10 hours longer than it should. You voted for one thing and you got a lot of side effects with it.
Also, I want this Inflation Reduction Act repealed because it's killing us. I hope Trump can get rid
What's
of
killing you more? The gas prices, the high inflation?
Gas prices suck and whatnot, I didn't vote for that, but you win some, you lose.
It's part of side effects.
You win some, you lose some. I saying I like everything this guy doing and whatnot. I think the gas is fucked up. The stupid war in Iran is unnecessary. I also the whole thing about bringing the stupid Afrikaners to America was a dumb idea. He does a lot of dumb shit. I don't agree with. It is what it is. Well, like I said, I was a one-issue voter. You know, I want Title IX to be gone. I didn't really pay attention to all this other stuff. Title IX gone of the Affordable Care Act. That's all I
You're
care
not going to agree with everything anyone does. So I don't think it's an issue that he voted for Trump for
Nah.
his.
Don't be disingenuous. The guy said no new wars. He said no forever wars. He started a war and he's continuing that war. And he doesn't give a damn what you think. Even though he made a promise.
It's going to be a forever war.
His political party.
He made a promise to you. He lied to you.
The way the system works is his political party will suffer in the midterms, and he might get impeached.
No, but I get all of that. But I'm saying he bamboozled you. So just admit that you got had.
That's how, at the time in 2024, I did not see an alternative. Right now, Trump is fucking up. We may have to remove him with 25th Amendment. And
who is we? Who's going to remove him, Colin?
Hold up. If the Democrats.
Oh, so the Democrat now is we, huh?
Moderate Republicans take the House of Representatives, he can get impeached.
So now you're depending on the Democrats to do your bidding.
No, I'm saying, look,
Elvis not letting you off the hook.
I'm not going to let him off the hook.
Hold on, Elvis. If he does not, right, I know for a fact the matter is there's no way J.D. Vance is going to win in 2028. So the bottom line, things balance itself out, Elvis. You know. But
I used to tell when Kyler was on Dynasty Show pushing this nonsense.
Elvis.
Can I speak?
If it was 2024 all over again, at that time, what was going on with the open borders and everything like that, I'd vote for him again.
Fine. Let me just make my piece, Kyler.
24 issues.
I hear you, DK. You know what the Republicans do, and if they, it's a trick. But a lot of black men don't know it, but I'll tell you it. They play on the hyper masculinity of black men, right? They think they'll bring things like, "Oh, are you in favor of gays playing in women's sport?"
Yeah.
Hold on, Kyler. Let me make the point. Are you in favor of these things? Oh, no. I don't want that. Why secretly a lot of Republicans are gay. A lot of them are in yeah, it works on black men because you guys are you're so hyper masculine.
No, Elvis.
Hold on, Colin. Let me make the statement, bro. Come on, man. They prey on you. They use your masculinity against you for you to vote for them, and then they use the power to do things against you. Like you said the other day, you don't care if black people lose their voting rights. You said that, Colin. Even though that's your people. That. No, you said that. You said you don't care if black people get gerrymandered. You told me that on your platform.
Black people are not going to.
I'm talking about these.
But black people are not going to lose their voting rights.
These black politicians lose.
Not the voting right, but when they get gerrymandered into majority white, districts, their voting power, their political power is non-existent, and Colin said he doesn't care.
Hold on, tell me.
So you give them the power to take away power from you, Colin.
Tell me what in the world.
That's the trick.
The 30, 40 years of Jim Clyburn in South Carolina. What benefit?
You're being myopic. You give them your power so they can take power away from you. That's the trick, and they succeeded.
Look, just having a black face there means nothing to us, Elvis. We're done with that,
Yeah, white Republican is going to do your bidding, Colin. They're going to work.
We know none of these people.
They're going to do your bidding. They're going to work in your.
Hold on. You know what, Elvis? The reason why we don't care is because that clears our conscience by saying we got to do.
It's not that you don't care. It's that you didn't think it was going to happen.
No, hold on.
You thought he had good intentions, and now you're finding out your good intentions.
Elvis, Black America, right? We do not care about the political process. They can't do nothing to us,
No, they can only gerrymander you so that you don't have black representatives. You don't have a lot of say in what.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
What do you mean? What does that mean? You don't want to have a voice at the table making legislation or voting on things that have your interests at stake?
You're not making a difference.
And just saying that only a black person could represent me. My mayor is white where I see. I think he's great, man. I think he's great. I don't need.
Remember, guys. This is a black nationalist, described black nationalist speaking.
I live in the United States. If I want to
No.
practice black nationalism, I go to Africa.
Black nationalists want
I go to
power.
Africa. I'm not gonna look. I'm
They
not
don't
gonna
want to
let
be
people come here.
disenfranchised. They want to be
I'm not gonna
enfranchised.
come here and let Negroes play the black nationalist card for me when I know they're in the pockets of Democratic
Well, I'm
money.
talking about you. I'm not talking about anybody else. You said you're black nationalist and you're willingly
I
giving
am
away
a black
power to white
nationalist. That
people.
don't mean I have to vote for black Negro.
No, it means you want to procure power for yourself and your people.
No, yeah, hold on.
Instead,
I
you're
don't
willingly
have-
giving it away.
Look. We do not have to friggin' vote for anybody in this political process. You know, we don't have to do it. You know,
Spoken like a true black
but that's
nationalist.
not no black nationalist
Hey,
issue.
voting is not power. If it was, we wouldn't be able to do it.
I'm not talking about national elections. If you live in a city, right, that has 100,000 people, and 60,000 of those people are black, right? More than likely in that district, so you're gonna have a black representative most of the time. That's gonna.
You mean like Rosewood?
Yeah,
Hold on. Let me make the point.
You mean like Rosewood, right?
No, that's not what I'm saying. Don't twist my words. You guys are just Republican cucks. You guys are Republican cucks
Hold on, let me say this.
who are doing the bidding of white, supremacy.
Hold on. Let me say this.
Listen, I'm not a Republican.
Hold on, Kasha. Let me say this. Today was the funeral of Councilman William Riddick. He was the #1 black councilman. Love Riddick, man. He always getting up there making these speeches and whatnot. Been in there. He's been in council since I've been in. I've been here, living in here. When he passed away, he owned a notary, a funeral home. The Riddicks, they're a real popular family. But he was on the city council in Norfolk for 40 years, right? He passed away. His funeral was today. Now, my point I'm trying to make is black people in Norfolk, right, have seen, even though he fought hard like that, the community, whatnot, he always fought with anytime the racial, he's like Al Sharpton. Anytime like that, he's there, whatnot. Norfolk has been so regentrified, whatnot. Whole neighborhoods that were once black are now white and whatnot. And, he give lip service to gentrification, whatnot. But we have a black city council, mostly a black mayor and everything like that. And the community is still falling a fucking apart. Black people are being pushed out of Norfolk or not. White people are moving in, black people being pushed out. Whole neighborhoods are friggin' regentrified, redone.
I'm going to use the word, right?
So tell me in the world why black people got to keep doing this thing.
I'm going to use a word for you, Colin. It's a big word, but I'll explain it. I use this word often. Phenomenological, right? It's something, when something happens, it's like telling a child. It's like a child putting his hand on the stove, right? And he realized it's hot. Now, the parent had told him, don't put your hand on that stove, but now he realized that stove is hot. He's not going to do it. It comes from personal experience. So all of these MAGA Republicans, even the black people who thought they were going against the grain, they were being different, they can lie to me. They can't lie to themselves. They know how their lives are. They know what they're feeling. Now, they're going to make a logical conclusion come 2028 during the midterms, and they're going to vote the way.
I don't think you understand what the vote means, Elvis. Elvis is like, you understand something. Your vote is your voice. People will, you ever heard about the saying, people still vote against Andrews in Kansas? People in Kansas, right, won't get any place. Why? Because they vote red. Nothing ever changes. They know they're getting screwed, farmers, everything like that, but they still vote because somehow they feel like their values are more important than their circumstances. That's just the way it is. Some people just feel that their values are way more important. They're weighed out their circumstances, high growth prices, high gas prices, whatnot, because their values, something you can't take away.
Those are idiots. Those are people who don't really look at the numbers.
But that's the way America is, man. People vote to
those are people who are racist or misogynist, because they'll tell you things like, "Oh, you don't want to be like them Californians, bro. Their lives are terrible. They're like gay people. They're blah blah blah." But when you look at the lifestyle and the lifestyle of Californians compared to somebody in Arkansas or Mississippi, is a lot better. They have a better educational system. They have a better, quality of life. Their whole life is better.
Corner of the world,
but the dirtbag in Arkansas probably think he's better than the person in California.
That's not true.
What's the medium income in California and the medium income in Arkansas?
Okay, if you're gonna
what's the educational rank of those two states?
You got a point.
It's some of the richest regions in the world. Same thing with Mississippi.
College, just go look. We just had a big thing come up, even on Fox News. it was telling you the worst states in the United
Yeah, but
States,
in those
and
states,
all
got
of
some
them, the
rich-ass
top
white
10
people there.
worst states, all of them are
Arkansas got some
Republican
rich-ass white
ran states,
communities there.
especially in the South.
The white people got
Okay,
some
I
rich
mean,
ass in Louisiana where they own the oil, Mississippi, Arkansas.
Yeah, all of
You
those
got
states was
pockets
on
of
the
white
list,
people that
Carla.
richer than people in
People are
California.
fleeing those states because there's
Yeah, but
no
you got some white
opportunities.
communities there
people
that
are
are real
leaving states
powerful
like
and
Illinois as
rich.
well. So I mean, you don't got a point,
They're
bro.
fleeing the South. This is ranking on Fox News, on other, a conservative platform. They're telling you that most of these southern states that's ran by Republicans are the worst places to live, and people
Yeah,
are
but they
saying it.
got rich
Well,
people there.
right now, across the country, everybody is moving to what they think is a better place to live, and everybody is looking for better economic opportunities also. So, you know, anywhere from California to New York, from the
It's
state
a
of
lot of
Washington
people
down
from
to
Cali
Florida.
that's moving to Texas. Texas is the South.
Exactly.
So,
Yeah.
like,
So,
I just made a
and the
point.
flip side of that is there's a lot of people that are moving out of Texas and going other places because they're trying to run away from the people that's coming from California and Nevada. So, yeah, people are going to move around. The primary driver is the economy. Right now, the U.S. economy is in a shithole,
Oh,
essentially. You
who
know.
put it there?
Well,
Biden.
take a wild guess, Elvis.
Donald Trump. It's not even that
Answer
wild
your
of a guess.
okay. All right. So you answered your own question. So
It's not-
you know,
Did you vote for
what's
Trump,
the
brother?
point? Huh?
Did you
I
vote for
didn't vote
Trump?
at all. I didn't vote at all. I didn't vote for Trump. I didn't vote for Biden. I didn't vote for Kamala Harris. I didn't see any opportunities in voting for either one of them. That's my right. Okay.
Yeah,
That's what my ancestors. That's what my ancestors fought for. My right to vote for who I want. Okay. So that ends that. But
No, I
the
just
point
want to know.
is,
Because
yeah,
you
I
sound
know.
like you're defending the Republicans. That's why I'm wondering.
No, I'm not defending the Republicans. I'm defending the United States because I'm a United States citizen. Okay, I'm an African American, but I'm also a United States citizen. I'm a United States military veteran. You know, I've invested a lot into this country, and I expect more. That's my contention with the United States. I hope that answered your question.
No,
Who did you vote for?
That's vague.
Well, who did you vote for? Who did you vote for?
I'm a
Elvis?
Democrat. I'll vote Democrat always and anytime.
Okay, well, that pretty much explains everything, so we can cut the conversation.
Yeah, I don't have
right
my
now.
affiliation.
You know, but
I'm not
because
somebody
that's your choice, right? That's your
Of
choice.
course,
You
I'm
choose.
not judging you. I just want to know
Okay.
what you're aligned with. If you're aligned with the right or the left, that's fine. I just want to know. That's all before
Not every
we get into conversation.
everybody is right or left. Some people vote on issues. Some people choose not to vote at all. That don't mean just because somebody ain't like starstruck over Kamala and Biden means they're
It's not about the individual. It's about the policies, Carla.
okay. Now let me ask you a question. What policies did Kamala say she would do? She didn't get one policy in all her campaigning. She didn't tell you one single thing other than she grew up middle class. Remember that?
Yeah, you didn't listen. You didn't listen
class,
carefully.
you know?
You didn't
And
listen
we got
carefully,
Turner
Carla.
Page. That's all I heard.
Say that again, Elvis. Say
I
that
said
again.
Carla didn't listen carefully to her policy stance.
Okay, what was
He didn't. Wait. Hold on, Carla. You said that she didn't. He didn't listen to her policy very carefully.
He didn't listen
Is that
carefully.
what you said?
Yeah, he didn't listen carefully.
What policy did Kamala Harris have? Kamala Harris couldn't even write a one-page policy statement with a list of 10 bullet point items. I didn't see that. That's what I was looking for from Kamala Harris.
Did you go on her website to browse during the campaign to see
I
what
went
her
to her
policies?
website. Kamala Harris,
like some high school student wrote that shit.
Exactly, man.
So I guess there were policies then, right? There was policy on the website, right? Were there?
Policies. Everybody's asking.
What policy? There was no policy.
All right.
You have the United States that's involved with a conflict, not a war, a conflict between Ukraine and Russia. You have the United States that's in a contention right now with the country of Iran with an imposed conflict that's being placed upon them. You have the United States that is controversial right now with the killing of Venezuelan fishermen down in the the Gulf of Mexico or off the coast of Venezuela. You have the United States that's involved with what I call the kidnapping of a president from the country of Venezuela. Do you think right now that you would have someone like Kamala Harris who would be able to administer the office of president at this very moment and handle that in a professional and diplomatic way?
First of all, she wouldn't be stupid enough to go and abduct, a president from another country.
Okay, if that's
She wouldn't
the case,
do that.
We don't know that.
Why did she go through a primary?
Tell me the last Democratic president who did that.
Hold on. Why did she go through a primary then?
I mean, because Carla, you know the answer, man. Gosh.
Primary.
Yeah, you know the answer.
Because she got appointed there by the Pelosi's and everybody to impose this lady on us without any vetting. You got to go through a Democratic process. Trump at least went through a primary. He had to knock off all these other candidates and whatnot, and get to the finish line. She was just placed there. There's no way anybody was going to vote for her.
Carla, you guys are so disingenuous. It's sad. Like I said, you can lie to me, you can obfuscate all you want, but you know how your life is going.
Let me ask you, Elvis, my business, what I'm doing like that, let me tell you something. I'm not affected by none of this. Me in the mill.
Good, Carla. I'm glad you're not.
We're not affected.
Gas prices is the same for you. You don't pay more at the pump. It's only, I'm the one that only pays more at the pump, Carla. It doesn't affect you.
Well, I paid at the pump
the prices of goods coming from overseas, it doesn't affect you, Carla.
Elvis, like what year was that, Mill? Like what, 10, 15 years ago? We had $5 gallon gas. It happens every once in a while. Gas goes stuff like that. We spike something.
Well, it just happened out of the blue, Carla.
The
gas ferry price. The gas price ferry just came down and made it higher.
Obama. We had like $5 gallons under.
Or was there a catalyst? Was there a catalyst for the gas prices going up, Carla?
Yeah, but a war. Same thing. Happened during Iraq,
what are you talking about? You saying it like it just happened? There was a specific action that caused the prices to rise.
War, unfortunately, gas is going to go up. Then when the wars subside,
it's going to get even worse, Carl. That's what you don't understand.
Guess what? Gas.
Come on, Elvis. Give Carla a breather, man. You all over him.
Our national reserve are running low. We're almost empty. It's going to get worse, way worse.
The national reserves,
What are you talking about, Carla? What do you mean?
He was the one who basically pumped the strategic reserve because he stopped off all the drilling.
DK, you see how this guy's mind is worked? And he's been lied to?
Joe Biden stopped all the drilling off the coast and everything. Stopped the drilling in Alaska.
Guys,
that's why they need to go into the strategic reserves. That's what we're dealing with right now.
Is Trump going to send ground troops into Iran? That would be.
I hope not.
I hope not.
It would be pretty stupid if he did. Believe me.
It would, because Iran got it so that they got like 20 different commands. You know that?
You elected a smart president. He want to do smart things. He doesn't do anything stupid. So
check us out.
You can count on him.
Iran got 20 different.
How many dead Americans are there already?
Right?
Was it like
20 different command regions to take over if a thing like this? So you're gonna deal with like 20 different regions at one time separately as separate governments and whatnot. If Tehran falls.
But your smart president attacked them anyways. Carla and said he didn't know they were going to shut down the Strait of Hormuz. So he's very insightful. He has foresight.
That right there, I don't agree with the war because Pete Hegseth is a fucking clown. I don't know what the hell.
Been like so far there've been like 20 dead Americans, a few African Americans too, thanks to Trump.
Yeah, I agree. This war is stupid. Because Iran is not Iraq. Iran is not Afghanistan. The fact that they thought they could do this and it could be nothing when that's Pete Hegseth, that clown. And Trump is trying to get rid of him. He's trying to pass the buck, saying, whatever, you got me into this shit, Yeah,
the buck stops with the Secretary of War, not the president.
And so the bottom line, this guy Hegseth started this. He thought it was gonna be just like an easy mollywop and whatnot. And next thing you know, look what's going on.
I agree with the war. We need more war.
Of course.
Of course, you'd say that.
These are the smart black mega men who are, telling black women to vote for Republicans because, it's the manly party.
Elvis.
I don't see anything wrong with that because what you're supposed to do, across the board, whether it's Democrat or Republican, you're on a personal level, you are supposed to vote your interests. The party doesn't matter. If the party introduces or throws out a policy that is favorable to your economic and financial interest, then that's who you vote for. You don't vote for somebody blindly because they're Democrat or Republican.
And most
that's idiotic.
To your point, when you do that,
says the guy who didn't vote in the last 3 elections. So I guess nobody had your interest at heart then.
Elvis, when you do that, that party will start taking you for granted. The same with them, because they know we can fuck up and not do whatever they want. They're going to vote for us anyways. So telling me don't vote Republican because they're racist and black is not longer enough. You must tell me what you're going to do for me. And if you don't do I can go the other side just to send the message. So you don't want look at the Hispanics. If you fuck with them,
if your wife doesn't cook your favorite food, you get a new girlfriend. You walk through town with her, so your wife gets jealous and divorces.
We are not
that's a good enough. That's a good one.
Party. The Democratic Party is an oppressive machine,
No, sure, it is. The Republican Party are your friends, Carla. They love you.
I ain't even said the Republican Party.
They're liberating you, Carla.
I will say this, right? If the Democrats think they're just gonna, they have like 15 years of not having a black agenda or anything like that, and when we just gonna show up to the polls, and they didn't have. Kamala had $2 billion. How much of that money went into black communities to organize us, to tell us what we need to do, or black agenda? She just paid off Roland Martin, gave him some Butterbus, Al Sharpton.
Yeah, if you want to college and got a political science degree and you became a consultant, Carla, you get some of that money.
The old way of Black America is just bring out Megan Thee Stallion, shake her stinking ass on stage.
Sorry,
I guess she brought out Amber Rose to go up there and speak at the Republican convention. She's a thought too. That had the word slut on her forehead, Carla. So what are you talking about? Are the Republicans more than the Democrats?
You have to admit, you had that Democratic convention was a fucking disgrace.
Who's nastier, Carla?
Well, no, I don't know who Amber.
No, because you're harping on Megan Thee Stallion, but you didn't talk about Amber Rose, who was at the National Republican Convention.
Shook her stinking ass up on stage and whatnot, at a serious thing like a political rally, And so I'm saying to myself, that's what y'all think of us.
You just hate your own people, Carla.
What?
Hey,
you hate your own people. You're slowly morphing into a Bill Cosby, Carla, more and more.
No. I expect more of our people. Look, there's a time and place for Megan Thee Stallion. But if you want to talk about politics, that's a serious thing.
Do you think people who like Megan Thee Stallion music vote too? Do you think they vote?
I don't know.
Okay.
All I'm saying,
you always got these people that, she could shake her ass.
I
You
just
got my
don't
vote
want
or not. But
my
voting
for
Elvis, I'm gonna tell you right now.
Just
People
don't
underestimate how serious black people are. We talk to them or not. There was a lot of black people say, something, something. I'm thinking I'm gonna sit home, or something. I think
I'm sure those people are happy with their decisions. I'm sure they think they made the right decision.
Then you had black people who were like, yeah, I don't like Democrats, but I don't like the MAGA. I think they're racist, whatever like that.
Carla, you're the same person a month ago saying the MAGAs are. Hold on, let me say it, Carla. Let me say it.
Elvis, let me say this.
Let me say it, Carla. You are the same person saying that MAGA is racist, and you're not fucking with them anymore.
Elvis, let me see what I'm saying. A lot of thought goes into when black people decide to vote, and people underestimate that. They just think they could bring, like Jim Burr.
Vast majority of black people voted for Democrats.
They think they could just bring your favorite rapper some fish fry, some catfish and whatnot, and woo, yeah. That's not the case.
A vast majority of black people voted for Democrat, Carla.
How do you know?
And you know what?
How do you know that?
You know what, Elvis? What you're saying is true, but what did it get them? They voted Democrat, but what did it get them?
What do you mean? This is last election.
Did they get what they voted for?
Which election are you talking about? Which election?
I'm talking. You said the vast majority of Black Americans voted for the Democratic Party.
And they lost. Their candidate lost, so they ain't get nothing.
They lost, so they didn't get anything.
Yeah,
they didn't get anything.
There was only a 35% black turnout, so that wasn't saying much.
I mean, colleges. Yeah, so I mean, I guess we can all agree that the people that voted for Trump, they made the best decision. They're benefiting right now, and their lives are better. Their interests are being served. The black people that voted for Trump.
I knew one thing, Elvis. Right? This is what. Let me tell you. Break it down. My issues. Right? My issues. I felt strongly about. Right? When I saw that guy winning, a grown ass man winning a swimming competition, and in a female Olympics or whatever the fuck that was, that made me angry. All right.
What tangible hurt did they do to you, Carla?
Because as a principle, it's like
so it's just based on your feelings.
Hold on, it sits you. Look, this is how the world works, Elvis. Right? We're in a country in the world where my opinion, right? If I could vote on it, I'm gonna act on it. I think it was wrong, so I voted.
And that's what I said. Black men, the Republicans, figure out how to play with your masculinity and use it against you.
We're not supposed to have principles.
That's exactly what it is. No, it's just you being.
In other words, what you're saying is black men shouldn't have values.
No, it's because you have to compartmentalize things. You have to realize, well, a damn guy playing in sports ain't got shit to do with me.
If I had a chance to vote and the guy gets to repeal that I don't like, that's fine. You know.
Well, I'm looking at you sideways, Elvis, when you say things like that, because on a general level, if you're, man to man, if you're a man, it's more than just looking at the fact that a person who is what do they call them, transgender or whatever, that they won that swimming contest. I'm looking at, if I was a father, would I want my children, becoming a victim of a person like that? And
who do you think? Elvis, guys, Scholar, you gotta let me speak, bro. You can't do that.
One thing before you speak, Elvis. What do you think about the case in California where a man self-identified as a woman walked into the Gold's Gym with his dingling hanging out, and a black woman flipped on him or not, and she got kicked out and sued?
Yeah. Let me make my point, right?
Elvis?
Let me make my point.
Or the
guys, let me make my point.
Well, I'm talking about the father in Virginia that I think he is being imprisoned because he beat the shit out of this transgender.
Let me speak, guys. I know it's 2-on-1. Let me speak.
And the transgender gender entity assaulted his daughter.
I hear you, bro. I hear you, right?
Okay, you guys now you see.
Can I speak though?
Let's hear this.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I know you and Carla, you guys are smart guys, brilliant people, right? But I want you to look at statistics, right? People don't live their lives based on emotion. The vast majority of rape, maybe 95 to 98% of rape, happens with straight men who are not gay, who are not transsexual. They see women, they attack them, they rape them. The vast majority of molestation happened with quote unquote straight men who rape little girls in their own households, their little nieces, their cousins, their family friends. It happened with straight men. The vast majority of sexual assaults happen with straight men, on women. So you have to look at the numbers. So just say that this is something that's going to make you give power to a group of people who's going to use that power against you. It's not enough.
Elvis, hold on. Your party's even trying to decriminalize pedophilia.
That's not what I'm talking about, Colin.
So you say rape, if you have sex with a minor, that's rape.
What is that have to do with what I just said?
Say that's okay.
Tell me where did my party? What did the National Democratic Convention said that is the DNC? When did they say that it was going to go for that policy change?
We have a lot of people.
Was it in one state in California with one set of people?
They're trying to make normalize incest and some everything. Where's the line drawn?
Tyler, you had Lindsey Graham who was paying boys, right? Paying femme boys. It's out there. That was one of the most powerful senators.
I have
a full-blown, homosexual.
I don't know nothing about Lindsey Graham.
Of course you do. Of course you do.
I know nothing about that. All I know
of course you do, Carl.
Hold on, Elvis. Look, right is wrong is wrong. Did Lindsey Graham vote in favor of all that stuff you talked about?
Vote for what? The dude is gay. What are you talking about? You think?
Hold on. You could be gay, but back in the days, you had gay politicians who still value man, female.
See, that's what I say to pro your masculinity, Carla. Because you don't care that the person is gay.
just that they're being a hypocrite and lying that they're in favor
no. It's
of
the fact of the matter is,
anti-gay stuff when they themselves are
you
gay.
make it seem like I'm
Imagine
a
that.
homophobe. Hold on, you make it seem like I'm a homophobe, and I'm not.
Imagine a homophobe. Imagine a gay person being homophobic, and you think that gay person is fighting for your value.
Hold on. If you're a principal of a school and you're gay or not, you could be a principal, but don't bring your values to the children. That's all.
What does that mean, Carla?
That means if
Do
you're
people go,
because those are personal values.
yeah, would the principal tell the kids to be gay? Is that what they're doing in school, Carla? Do you have kids in school, Carla?
The bottom line, I don't care about being gay. I don't like the gay agenda.
Oh boy.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. You could be whoever you want to be. That's your personal choice. But when you're in the public sphere, then you have to respect the if you have a kid, right?
Elvis, it's just like me, right?
Oh boy.
I'm a black nationalist, right? Let's say I take a job as a substitute teacher, right? They entrusted me to teach education, whatever like that, physical like that. I'm not gonna be over there talking about Marcus Garvey, Black to the Power, the African like that, because that would be inappropriate to what I'm there for.
Carla, let me just tell you this. I'm guessing the other brother has kids or has children. Man. Carla, let me speak, bro.
That's a twisted.
Let me speak, Carla. Let me speak. Do you think gay people exist?
Yes, but they keep it to themselves.
No, that's not how it works. That's not how it works.
Hold on. Why are they having children reading? You've seen it. I'll play something if you want me to. They're doing reading gay shit in children's day.
Carla, gay people exist. They exist in Africa. When I was a kid in Africa, there were gay people there.
Why they have?
Do you know that?
You know what the difference is? You know what the difference is, Elvis? Today, and the same here. I've had gay people in my life, ever since I was a kid. But the difference and by the way, I'm 62 years old, so I know what I'm talking about. I've been around. The thing about it is there was a time in our society when if you were gay, then that was your thing, whatever floats your boat. People kept it to themselves. They respected you. You respected them. They got along. The difference
when you say they kept it to themselves, what do you mean?
Hold on, brother. All right. The difference today is that there is a specific agenda being pushed in our faces, making us accept it, whether we like it or not. Not only us, but our children. Okay. And a sane-minded individual can see what type of long-term effects that's going to have.
How does that affect you?
Children.
How does that affect you? Does seeing a gay person make you want to be gay?
You just don't like it.
No.
Okay.
Look, you're taking a question and making twists and turns and this and that or whatever.
Because it's inconsequential. A gay person is inconsequential to a straight person.
You even said it yourself that gay people have always been around.
Right. Their lifestyle is inconsequential to you. Are they raping your kids? Are they telling your kids to be gay?
Hear me out, brother. Hear me out. Just listen. The point I'm trying to make is that there's nothing wrong with being gay. Gay people have always been around with us. They got some outstanding gay people. I even have gay friends. But the thing is that today, and it's noticeable, the thing about today is that there is a specific agenda being pushed onto people. Yeah, exactly. They're trying to normalize.
Do you have kids in your household?
No, I don't.
Okay.
But I'm around kids all the time. Okay. I was a kid myself, and I know what type of impact certain, events can have on your life over the long term.
Right.
Okay. So if there's nothing wrong, there's nothing wrong with a person being gay. The thing is that don't push your agenda. It's just like with me. Okay, who cares if I like? Hey, hold on.
I mean, bro, you can't let me speak and have a conversation with you. All right.
Okay, let me make my point, and then you can speak. Who cares if I like thick, big hipped, sexy, voluptuous woman? Who cares? Right? That's my personal preference. That's what I like. But I'm not supposed to go and impose my sexual preference onto people that don't want to hear about how much I love thick women. Okay, you see what I'm saying? That's the same way with.
So give me an example of people in quote.
Elvis.
I'm not going to give you an example. The point I'm trying to make is that there's an agenda being pushed.
What if somebody's a swinger? And he says, I got multiple girlfriends, multiple baby mamas. When they say, you don't want to hear that, or they keep telling you about your sexual escapades.
That's what I'm saying, Kyle. If you know kids in school,
hold on. Let me ask you a question. Why is it one group of people can flaunt their sexuality and everybody? You go to a job, you even mention sex. Say any sort of thing, you get fired. But gay.
So tell me, Kyle, is there a gay person working at your insurance company?
Oh no, I don't.
Okay.
But
so show me how it affects you. That's what I want to know.
If a gay person wanted to come and work at my agency, and my sister knows a couple, they want to come work with us. One thing we do is we're professional, right? You don't go talking about your nonsense. Just like you don't bring, if you a guy that's with a lot of, or female that got a lot of guys, and you're sleeping around, something like whoring around with, we don't want to hear that.
That's what I'm saying, Kyle. I want you to give me personal experience of them doing it to somebody or even yourself. Because I have a job just like you do.
Only people that are allowed to flaunt their sexuality are gays.
You want to flaunt your sexuality too, Kyle?
No, because I'm a decent person.
So how do they flaunt it in front of you? Tell me.
Because I don't want to know about who they don't.
So it doesn't happen. It doesn't happen to you, right?
They get in public and they can say anything.
It doesn't happen to you, right, Kyle?
Last night he stuck it in me. They don't care. These people are nasty.
Where do you see these things? I don't see them. Where do you see it, Kyle?
All the time.
Where?
They don't care. They're in public. That's what the whole thing is.
Where do you see it, Kyle?
Look, I'll give you a story. Years ago, about 10 years ago, I was doing Lyft or Uber, some one of them, right? No, about 12 years ago, 2014, I was doing Lyft and Uber, right? I never forget, I picked up a gay guy, another gay guy, right? In my car, in the back of my car, and the shit they were saying, like, fuck Jesus, I'm gonna bend him, I'm gonna fuck him in the ass, all this good shit like that. They were like, fuck him. And get this, Emil. And then these motherfuckers, one of them rubbed my head. I stopped the car. I said, if you ever put your fucking hands, I'll fucking snap every one of your fucking necks. Don't you ever touch me. And
you didn't kill him?
Scared, boy.
You didn't kill him?
I let you say with all the shit you said, what? They were just being so disrespectful in my car. When I took them off, I said, don't ever call me. If you see my name, don't ever fucking call me again. They were just so nasty and disrespectful. That's what it is. They don't have any respect for heterosexual people. They really do think they don't respect our religion. They don't respect nothing. That's what you're dealing with. Every other group of people, you can say, okay, live and let live. These motherfuckers don't want to live and let live. They want to live and dominate, and they want to fucking condemn and come at the people who don't agree with their lifestyle. That's what this is all about.
Oh boy,
it's the truth. We didn't start shit.
Yeah, you got gay people in your family, Carla?
Oh, it doesn't matter. If I had gay people in my family, that's up to them. Ain't nobody gay in my family trying to force that shit on nobody.
Okay.
They're not trying to be indecent. I don't know about it, but they don't be indecent. I don't see people doing nasty.
Yeah, Carla, they got the gays, right? They got the flamboyant gay, they got the quiet gay, they got the down low gay, they got all kinds of different gay. But none of those people lifestyle matters to me. They're not in my face. They're not in my social space. I don't see them. It's not an issue. I don't make political decisions based on those silly things. I don't.
Well, that's
only silly people make political decisions based on that because they don't affect you in no way.
It does. Well, it does affect me. Okay. All right. Freeway Dread. Go ahead, bro.
What's going on, Colin? Can you hear me?
What's on your mind?
Let's change the subject, man. This man going against the grain for nothing. Burning up time. That's what he doing.
You talking about Elvis?
So, yeah, man. Burning up time for nothing, man. So my question to you, Colin, man, how the port's performing in Liberia, man?
The port, you got the Port of Monrovia is being upgraded with the country of Morocco. You got the Port of Buchanan, which is on earmark to get thing. You got the Port of Sino and the Port of Harpers. You got 4 ports in Africa and Liberia that need upgrading and stuff like that. A little investment, and stuff like that. But Monrovia, the Freeport's pretty good, good. Very it's the largest port in West Africa, So
what?
Freeport is the largest free port in West Africa. Yes.
Hey, I'm gonna cut my camera off, but I'm still here. I'm finna start back driving. All right. I'm still here though. I'm just cutting my camera on while I drive.
You know, that's a free port of Monrovia. They hold goods on consignment for the rest of the continent. It's a free port. You know, that means goods could be docked there without tariff, whatever, you know. Completed in 1947. But yeah, so yeah, shipping and stuff like that, you know, it's a really thing. Like I said, I'm looking at Liberia. The country's looking up, you know. I go there every year. I don't miss a year. I've been there for the last 5 years. Go every year. I'll make sure I'm there every year. And you know, and like I said, I'm not trying to sell people because you got like 54 countries, but this is a country I want to start with and building with, you know. And I got a good thing going around. I talked to my crew. I got a BAIO chapter in Liberia. It's growing. You know, I get there and I got to invest in everybody, new uniforms, T-shirts, whatnot. We're going to start having different events and stuff like that, put on different cultural events and everything like that, you know, put the BAIO name out, buy some billboards and whatnot, you know, do a recruitment drive. You know, it's going good. Going good. I'm proud of it.
At the beginning of the show, you had said about, you know, getting rid of the raggedy canoes and stuff like that. So my question would be,
I tell you what, in Liberia a couple of years ago, the Japanese government donated a bunch of motors to the canoes in Robertsport right there. So a lot of the canoes have motorized craft on them, so they can go out further and stuff like that, you know?
Yeah.
So that's the motorized crew. Once it's motorized, it's modern, you know? But they I think they still could do better with better marinas instead of just hauling stuff on the ground, you know?
Yeah. Hey, Colin.
Like that, you know?
So who in charge? Well, go ahead. Whatever that was, you go ahead. I'll speak after you.
Was that you, Emil? No, it's Kasha. Go ahead, Kasha.
All right. Well, ain't nobody saying I'll keep going. Well, Carla, who got the biggest cold storage out there?
That's another thing. That's a good investment opportunity. It's cold storage. You know, cold storage does demand electricity. Imagine if you could build cold storage units with solar panels on them. You know, that would be a really good game changer. You know, as far as cold storage, small, medium size, walk-in and stuff like that. And we could get a cold storage business in the country would freaking boom, because that means frozen goods and whatnot. Productivity will go up like 100%. You know?
Yeah. Hey, Colin,
my bad.
Liberia still have. I just want to know if Liberia still has the largest ship registry in the world.
Yeah,
do they still hold that title?
One of the top 2 largest shipping registries in the world. Yeah.
Okay.
Right. So, like, the thing is with cold storage, because every time I've been binging on you, Carla. I ain't gonna lie, I've been binging for the last like 4 or 5 days. I've been binging. So when it comes down to cold storage, you can do cold storage on a small scale, and you can do cold storage on a large scale. So I just want to hear your thoughts on that, Samo.
My whole thing is, I thought about cold storage. If this solar stuff works, imagine cold storage coolers and stuff like that. That's portable with solar powered and whatnot. You know what that would do to the fishing industry,
right?
You know, you know what that would do to the fishing. Instead of friggin' when you get the fish, they got like 1 day to sell that shit before it goes bad. Same thing with a lot of produce and stuff like that. You know.
I heard the other day, one of those guys, they said the parable to say a woman won't eat out her fish bad. I was listening to one of the programs and I heard that parable. But that parable, if you get the coast, that won't be a thing no more. You know, because you know everybody know fish spoil fast.
Like Liberia, to get rich in Liberia is about solving problems. You know, ice makers would be a good business. You know. Ice machine makers, you know, for restaurants, stuff like that. Ice machines, cold storage, shit like that would go over big in the country, you know?
Yeah, fish processing.
What do you say?
Fish processing. canned fish,
Yeah, anything
other,
like that. If you could get the fish
fertilizer.
cans, cut it up for the Lebanese buy a lot of the fish and put it in there. So thank God for the Lebanese, because in their stores, modern stores, they buy a lot of the local fish and put them in their freezers, and they got deep freezers and everything. You go pick out the fish, so they still a little longer. Other people, the vendors, they gotta sell it right away, or it's gonna go bad. The ones who got to connect with the Lebanese could sell it to the Lebanese, and do more profitable.
Yeah. And you know what else would be cool?
My bad, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Freeway. You good.
Oh, what I was gonna say. So when you got the, you talking about rebuilding or rebooting the BAIO. So do you have that division? Do you got anybody dealing with that?
Yeah, I got we got a chapter in Liberia, but we're focused on tourism right now. I would love to, if I had, it's all the BAO at this point in time. The BAO needs money. We never raise money, right, Emil? We never raise money.
Yeah.
I think we raised a couple $1,000s at one time, and everybody started fighting over that. That was stupid, But the bottom line, to the BAO get the real money where I can invest in stuff like that, projects. Yeah, we can get 100 projects off the ground, But we need a benefactor, I don't know how to do it. Maybe form a GoFundMe or whatever like that. We all promote it and whatnot, saying we're going to raise this much money for various projects in Liberia and stuff like that. We got a lot of ideas,
Right.
Yeah, because there were a lot of capital projects that was, Now, I was saying there were a lot of capital projects that were, being planned to be introduced, specifically in Liberia.
How to finance them and find the money to do them,
There's a way, like I said, you can set yourself up as an LLC, get financing, through construction loans, set up a marketing team, that looks for investors.
Also, what we want to do is form an NGO, and then see if we can get funds from different international organizations that we want to do is saying this is what the project was, because all this money, you got a lot of white organizations there that be getting a lot of money, millions of dollars to do all kinds of bullshit projects in Liberia and whatnot. They show some results, farming stuff and whatnot, but that's what we should be doing. We got to get to that point where we got to get that NGO money, That's what we want.
Yeah, I hear you. But see, because whenever I hear you talk about it, of course you say a lot of things that need to be said. But in my mind, when I think about it, it's like, man, I really don't want to live over there, but I definitely want to do business. I definitely want to travel over there several times, like 1 or 2 times out the year. What's up?
If you go over there and you can stay like 2 months, come back, that's all you need.
Yeah, but I don't want nothing to do with the tourism. I'd rather do, things like the cold storage, things like the what's going on the port.
There's plenty of opportunity in construction and stuff like that. If you have a bulldozer or own a tractor, if you own a tractor, you make a lot of money because everybody's going to want to borrow your tractor or say, look, I need this field cleared or something like that. You'll never be without opportunity, If you got a tractor, 2 things, tractor and a bulldozer, because you got a lot of people that farm and whatnot, don't want to get out there and dig all those fucking things. One tractor could knock it out in one day,
Right. Yeah. So the thing is, well, my next question would be, and then you can stop me anytime or anybody else, you could jump in. I don't want to hog the line. But my next question would be, well, when it comes down to like gas stations or any kind of fuel stop, like
you got in Monrovia, you got a lot of gas stations, but you're gonna need gas stations built going outside of Monrovia,
Right.
That's an opportunity right there. If you had people that built gas stations and stuff like that could buy fuel and distribute it, whatnot, with safety. I was looking for Timothy Hightower of Hightower Petroleum. I'm gonna one day, when I get set up in Liberia, send him an invitation to come explore opportunity in oil and gas in Liberia. I'm gonna send him an invitation. Timothy Hightower Petroleum out of Akron, Ohio, Black brother.
Carla, can I ask this gentleman that is speaking question?
Yeah, go ahead, Kidola.
Man, have you ever traveled out of United States?
Who you talking to?
You asking
Oh,
Freedom.
you, bro.
Oh, what you said?
Have you ever traveled out of? Have you ever left the United States before?
Yeah.
I have.
Where have you been?
Well,
Have you ever been to Africa?
my dad is Jamaican and my mama Black American. So I done been in the Caribbean a few times. I'd have been to Antigua, I'd have been to Puerto Rico, I'd have been to Jamaica, I'd have been to the Bahamas.
No, that's good. Have you ever invested in these countries before?
No, I never invested. I just got family land down there.
Okay. I believe you have to learn how to invest in those countries before you started turning to Africa, bro.
Oh, Africa is not that, man. You know what you're doing.
Well, let me ask you. Give me a small example. Give me a bite-sized example about investing from you. I want to hear from your expertise.
No. I can't give you because you have to have some.
Oh,
You have to have some money.
Hold on. Let's do it again. Let's do it again. Can you give me a bite-sized example from your expertise?
No. Oh no, man.
Hold on. What can you tell me then? You can't tell me much.
No, because you have to go there and pump your money, and for you to see, you have to go there and live there first of all, and see what is going on there before you can invest in anything else.
Right.
Africa is a cash investment business. You can't borrow the money from the banks over there. You can't.
Right.
You have a.
You gotta come over capital heavy. That's understood. You gotta come over capital heavy.
Yeah, you have to be heavy in cash.
Like I'm not really new to this, but these are just questions because I know Calla speaks on it extensively. Really, hell, the majority of the time. So that's why I call to ask Calla some questions. But I'm willing to hear something from you if you got something. I ain't too ignorant to listen. But to tell me the basics, hold on. I'll let you go. Hold on. But you come tell me, oh, you gotta live there and live, bro. I got family in the islands, bro. I know that.
Bro, you know what I'm saying? It is that,
that's why we start with Liberia. Liberia is the most familiar country to us. It's like Black America overseas, man.
Calla, it takes only a few Black Americans who have hearts to actually leave United States and go invest. Some of them, we see them in Ghana, we try to build some mini hotels and all those things, right? Yeah, just very few. Out of 20, you talk about 3. You feel me? So we just have to be very careful.
Right.
For if you're not getting used to this, you have to get used to society, to their mentality. Right. It's totally different from what you get used to. You know what I mean? Africans, you have to know their norms. You have to trust people because it's cash-based investment, right? So you coming over there is not what you think about. Man, I with my people, that's how it is over there. African people don't believe on skin color. They believe on you have to be you have to have somebody you might trust over there, somebody who actually have your mindset that can give to you what you want. So it doesn't have to be that you go over there, you have to raise a fist up and say, man, black with the power. That is not, those things don't move there. But it's about having a good partner, and you have to be ready to, if you lose money, don't get sad. You have to refill back your money. Whatever that money came from that you lost, you have to look how to, it's like some white investment, right? They have lost, they're pumping money back. So that's just the way it go over there. A lot of Africans who invest over there sometimes lose about 100,000, sometimes lose about 50,000. But that is not stopping them not to have some invest more, pumping the money there to get what they want. So that's just saying it, that you have to be prepared that you lose or you gain. And if you lose, try to bounce back. If you win, keep it up like that. But you must have to have love for the territory, also emotional attach. So that just the Lebanese that are there, they love to be there. They also have emotional attach to the place. That's just what I'm trying to say.
No, I get it. No, I receive what you're saying to me, but when I think about that, like I'm not coming over. I don't gotta come join no ceremonies. I ain't gotta go to no castles. I ain't doing none of that. I'm over here for business. So if they call me like a white man, something like that, all right, cool, whatever. I'm out. That ain't gonna bother me too much. But like when it come down to what you said, the trusting people and knowing that there's no safety net, that's understood. But coming over, of course, it takes time. You might be looking at a 10-year wonder before you probably turn a surplus or turn a profit. So, thank you for your advice. Thank you for your input.
Yeah, no
Yeah,
problem, man.
the average business person, they've already done their homework and they're looking at things on a long-term basis anyway. Because anybody that's got common sense knows that success doesn't come overnight. You got to put the work in. So
Yeah. It take, like I say, when you go into these things, well, from my point of view, you go into something like this, it's like a 10, 20-year pull that you got to do. You got to be in it for the long run.
Yep.
So yeah, that's understood. But like I say, when Carla he go into details a lot of different aspects. He purposely piss people off. He purposely antagonize certain viewpoints, but it's just to get certain points across, which is understood. So that's why I have interest in Liberia the way I do. Not Carla alone, but he one of the ones that I hear speak on it a lot. So that's
you're not going to please everybody. Like I said earlier, we can agree to disagree and have all of us come out as gentlemen on the top.
Right.
We're all first of all, we're all supposed to be independent thinkers. We're all not supposed to think alike. Just think of what the world would be like without variety. In any aspect. So my thing is, I'm looking at, opportunity was presented, and I'm the type of person where if an opportunity is presented, I'm gonna jump on it and see what can come out of it. And the world now, we're more interconnected. I understand the distinction that exists between Black people in different areas of the world. But I think that ought to be a plus for us. There's something that each of us can learn from one another, without taking away from each other. I mean, my perspective here in the United States as a person who is recognized as an African American, a Black American, is going to be different from a person who is an African national from a country in West Africa, East Africa, South Africa. Because we've lived different lives, but there's a lot of similarities and commonalities that we can work on, and it doesn't take away from me and it doesn't take away from them, And my comparison is like what we ought to be doing is like what the Asians are doing, developing trade pacts with each other,
Right.
Getting some business, international commerce going.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you.
That's a plus for both sides, and we don't have to go to the Asians or the white people and ask them for an opportunity. We can create and develop opportunities for ourselves, in different areas. And I think this is going to happen one day. It's kind of slow moving. There are a lot of setbacks, but I think eventually, things are going to come around to where the stuff that we talk about today, it's actually going to happen. And I think that's going to be a huge plus.
Yeah, we're going. All we're going is naturally going through the trials and tribulations. And nothing's going to happen. Is going to be, you got to go through those trials and tribulations. And then the truth is revealed at the end,
Yep.
That's why I asked at the beginning how the port's performing. So that way, okay, you go in, you want to go in and doing, some real work, not, tourism. I'm not really dissing tourism, but that's just not the lane that I'm, interested in like that. Yeah. So that was why I even came in asking about how the port's performing.
Yeah, you have no problem getting your stuff in and out. You want to bring cars, whatever. You have no problem getting your stuff into the port, whatever,
Okay, okay.
Yeah, one other thing, Carla. I think you have a wife there, Carla. So you kind of have investment over there. You have what called long time patient investment over there, Carla. You can wait up
his
to.
lover could find his lover was like, cause so many fucking fine Liberian women. You know, you can
Yeah,
find
but
life over
when I mean, Carla,
settle down, have
you're,
a house, whatever. You know,
Carla,
go there,
emotion.
go there like 4 months out of the year. You know, it's
Carla,
open. Liberia, that's what Liberia's
your
created for the Black American.
Carla, your emotions over there, right? Look, Carla, place you don't have emotion, or area you don't have emotions, you hardly invest over there, right? We Africans
Well,
have emotions.
my whole thing is I have a thriving business here in America. I have one of the top insurance agencies in the state of Virginia.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So I've been all my money here, right? And like I said, now there's some other people that might be ready to invest in Africa and stuff like that. Me, I got to focus on what I'm doing here. I got a business here. I got responsibilities here. Now, what I can do is form my NGO and whatnot. If I got funding and stuff like that, when I'm not taking a risk, I could put a lot of projects together just from my computer over there, and I got people on the ground to implement them. You know, but it's like nonprofit to me. I'd rather set up other people in business than myself. You understand?
Yeah, I got you, Carla. There's a lot of
opportunity.
I was seeing one Black American.
I'm not trying to make money.
I see one Black American couple that built a very beautiful Airbnb in Ghana. A very beautiful building, you know. They just, you know, they don't really live over there, but I think their emotions is in that place. And when you start having all these Airbnb super luxurious buildings, sometimes they don't end in one. They start continue having in a lot of places like that. And those people, their emotions is there. I think they'll be making a lot of money.
Well, there's a lot of people that go to Ghana and stuff like that. Hotels are getting expensive, and you know they get booked up on that. So Airbnb is a good business to get into. You know.
Yeah. They have. If nobody's using it, they can use it themselves. And I think that building might cost almost about
Airbnbs. You know, you buying houses.
The way I'm looking at the building might cost them maybe $250,000, $300,000. You know, what they invest in that place. You know, so people sometimes have emotions over there to come over there to invest. You know, it's just about the emotions. What do you want? Lebanese are out there. You know, man, that's the way you see Africa. Africa is, bro. Africa is far, far way ahead in terms of, you know, development, you know, and other things. You know, it's still a value place you can make your money, and you know, you still be striving. Africa is not what you think. It's not the backward territory where people think, oh, Africa is just backward. So you come over there and see guys use Mercedes-Benz 2026 model, powerful money is being made. Even people control the wharf, what you people call wharf, you know. So, but the only thing is that you must have to know what you're doing. You have to come there all often, have a good friends. And people like Carla, if you know a person like Carla, he might be honest to, might be, you know, because he's been there some of time, but you have to understand you can lose money. But if you lose money, you know, because it's a cash-based business.
Money in America, you can lose money any place if you don't know what you're doing.
So what I'm trying to say is this: you have to have emotions, and you must have to be ready to. You know, Africa is people to people type of territory. The business is people to people. You can't say you'll be doing business there, you're not there on the ground. You must have to be your 2 feet on the ground over there before you even start doing anything. You know, you don't have to kiss up to nobody, but just have some few people you know that have your heart at, you know, that you can talk to. You know their family, you can eat with them and discuss a lot of things with them. They'll put you through. Still, you still have to very be guided also on your financial discipline, your boundaries.
Right. Let me get Hustle Smart on. Hey, Hustle Smart, say hello to
I know brother Emil.
Oh yeah, that's my brother.
Hey, what's up, bro?
That's my co-founder of the BAIO, man.
What's going on with you, my brother?
Not much. How you doing, Hustle?
Hey man, I'm always doing the same thing, man, because I'm always grinding and doing what I got to do, man, to stay in out other people's
I hear
business.
that.
You get
Love
what
your
I'm saying?
commentary, bro.
I appreciate that, man. You know, I get a lot of hate email, but the thing about it, my brother, is that when you speak from facts, you get what I'm saying? That leaves
Yep.
all the, it leaves no wiggle room for anything else. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like me and Carla, we
Yeah.
always talk all the time, and if he ever steps out of the realm of what he thinks or his opinion, I don't go against him. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I just say
Mm-hmm.
that's where I depart. You get what I'm saying? Like, you get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like, you can have strong inclinations, you can have strong opinions. I mean, your opinions might be right. It might be 100% facts. But when you're in a position like I am, brother Mill, where I got this high felony on my record, you get what I'm saying? Like, I ain't got no room for failures. So that means that
Mm-hmm.
the only thing that saves me in life is the facts. You get what I'm saying? Like,
Mm-hmm.
that's just how I am. But that don't mean, like, I'm not smart as Carla. So, certain things I don't know. But I go with the Muslim way when I get to that. I leave for what I don't know for something that I do know. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But the brother that was just talking, Kedola got a way of overstating something that's simple. So I'm gonna just tell the brother Freeway Dread that no, investing in Africa is not a good look unless you have family, not just you going over there to live there. You need to have somebody go over there. You need to have somebody there that's been living there for at least one generation. You get what I'm saying? Especially if you're doing something small. You get what I'm saying? If you're doing something big, you got to goddamn know somebody in the government. Like, you got to know somebody in the police force. Because, Colin, what is that guy name? I forget his name. That he was telling you about the bribe. To bribe somebody is just a way of life. What was his name, Colin?
Amara.
Yeah. I mean, brother,
He's funny, though. That dude's funny.
Let me tell you something. Colin was shocked. And I was just trying to tell Colin, I'm like, listen, regardless of how you feel, he's telling you how it is. He's telling you no matter how much you do business. And the reason why I don't never tell black people to invest in Africa is because there's no regulations, brother Mill. It's zero regulations at all. You get what I'm saying? So, in America, where you go to a market, like the temperature have to be a certain way for the meats. You get what I'm saying? And if they do by the honor system. So if they see something bad, like, let me tell you something. I deliver food, and I think we delivered something. I think it was like some eggs or something, and it was just like one pallet that was I think had like some rat droppings in there. They refused the whole truck.
Yep.
That would not happen.
I can agree with that, because hell, like, I drive trucks right now. I'm rolling right now, and I had eggs about a month ago. Shit, man, they weren't taking them eggs with one pallet half crushed or one pallet tilted.
Yep.
They refused the whole load. Got to go restack it. Got to go pay money.
And I'm trying to tell you that those type of regulations will not, that doesn't happen in Africa. You get what I'm saying? So that's why the health, the disease, the way that the markets are, you get to see how the markets look, the smell of the market, the sanitary of the market. This shit would never, like, you'll take them same Africans, brother Emil, that live in Africa, ran markets in Africa, come to the markets in what you call the farmers market in Atlanta, and they running them just like Kroger. Like, they ain't doing that shit like they doing in Africa. What I'm saying is that the way that the African mind is, brother Emil, is that they don't hold each other accountable. They're like, it's almost like their brains is like kids. It's like, what can we get away with? We can get away with it. We just gonna do it. That's the one thing, brother man, that I give white people credit for on their standing. Now, you can say it's because of how brittle their bones are, or how soft their stomachs are, and they have to make sure that the food is a certain way. I don't give a damn what the reasoning is. I just know for a fact that when I was in Nigeria, Brother Mill, I saw why they was damn near cooking all that food till it was burnt. And they was cooking it to the point it was like a brick because the smell of it. If they don't cook it that hard, you would smell it. In America, we smell some food that even smell like it's halfway bad. We can get our money back. That doesn't happen over there. You're gonna get a whole argument, fight, whatever. Like it's. I like for my people to want to invest. But Condola just wasn't explaining it right to you, my brother. You need somebody over there. The reason why the Lebanese got it on lockdown, I'm going to tell you something, Brother Mill and Brother Freeway, the Lebanese over there putting out good products. When I was over there at the Lebanese place, they was damn near like Home Depot. They're not putting out no shoddy. They're not putting out no shoddy.
Lebanese got the ShopRite stores. They got their city builders is better than Home Depot. You can literally go in there and put a house together. They got a whole prefabricated houses.
Bro,
wow! You can remodel your house, everything and whatnot. You know, you can take an old house in Liberia and remodel it from city builders. New sink, everything.
Brother Freeway, they have it to the point over there where you can go in there with them and you finna spend that much money. They will actually get some workers and come follow you back to your house and help you build. Like what I'm saying is that the Lebanese work on a pecking order that we don't have in the black community. You get what I'm saying? Like if we have me, Carla, Brother Mill and Brother Freeway, not us now, we're just saying four of us. If we was in any other black place, all of us was rich, we'll be sitting here worrying about who getting the most pussy. Oh, damn, Brother Mill ain't doing all the work. I put in more money. Why I got to do more? You get what I'm saying? Like that's that weird thing about black people I don't understand. Let me explain something to you, Brother Freeway. If we was running a business together and I invested more money and I was doing most of the work, but you invested with me, you're my partner regardless. Ain't nobody can come in there.
The type of person I would be, if you put the most money in, I'm gonna make sure I put the most time in. I gotta have an even trade off. It gotta be an even trade off.
Let me tell you why I disagree with that. Because I feel like no matter what business model we have, who put the most money, whoever does the job the best for us to make the most profit should be. So I'm telling you that if I open up a business with you and I did the most, I put in the most money, and as we was doing it, because I try to make sure I know how to do everything in a business too. That's one thing I learned from white people. They try to make sure they know how to do everything from talk to be explain it. And if I can do that job better than you, I ain't gonna sit up there and say, well, you do more because I put in more. No, I want that business to succeed. So I'm gonna put my mind together, and then I'll bring you. I have you along with me and train you up. But I don't give a fuck if I put in the most money, Brother Freeway. I'm looking at our bottom line and the way we spend the money. I don't give a damn who putting in the most work because I'm just built different like that. I ain't gonna tell you if you tell me, hey, Hustle Smart, man, you put in the most money. Let me take. I'm like, hell no. With me doing it like that, we making profits because I couldn't start. If I could have started that business by myself, Brother Freeway, I would have did it by myself. But that's the problem that we got. That's the problem that we got with black people because we want to be the CFO, we want to be the CEO, we want to be the goddamn the janitor, we want to be the courier. You get what I'm saying? We don't want to delegate. We don't want to delegate positions because we're just looking at the bottom line profit instead of percentage. I see the way white people operate. They operate based on percentages. They base their business on percentages, and they base it on occurring more businesses or consolidating or structuring other business to gain that percentage. So you'll get a CEO that's making 40, 50 million a year, still saying yes, sir, and no, sir to somebody. See, that's type of shit. With black people, we don't operate like that. We feel like if we got enough money or we in a certain position, oh man, you know, my shit don't even stake no more. You don't give a damn what nobody say. You know what I'm saying? Oh man, he put his pants on the same way that I do. No. I don't even operate like that. I operate in a pecking order. That's why when it comes to Collar is my OG regardless. That don't mean I got to agree with everything he say. You get what I'm saying? But it's definitely a pecking order. You get what I'm saying? No matter if I make more money than Collar. That's the one thing that I noticed that's different from black people. We feel like if we got more money than somebody, that we got them demand more respect than to somebody that's smarter. Collar is smarter than me, and I'll tell anybody that. He's way smarter than me. You get what I'm saying? But my hustle is better. You get what I'm saying? My hustle is better. So
but that's your asset, though.
Yeah, exactly. But what I'm saying is I need intelligence to go with my hustle. So why would I sit up there and think that his intelligence does not override my hustle? Because at the end of the day, as black people, we have this silly thing where we talk bad about our intellectuals. We shun our intellectual. We don't raise up our matter of fact, we actually shame our intellectuals. We don't put our intellectuals up. You know what I'm saying? We make them feel bad. Why would an intellectual want to stay around black people when they call lames, when they call nerds, when they're called weird? We
definitely got work to do. I agree with you.
But see, this is the thing, Brother Freeway. When I hear us in 2026 still talking about we got things to do and we got things when we to start at, that's just like we on the hamster wheel. You get what I'm saying? Because
well, let me say this then.
Go ahead, say whatever you want to say. Bro.
No. I'm just saying I don't disagree with what you're saying, but it do come a point in time where you got to link up with the, if you're on the same page with me, I'm on the same page with you. So it's like, that's when I agree with the let the dead bury the dead. I do agree with that now. In a lot of instances, we got to do stuff like that. Like I'm talking about individually, we got to do stuff like that, and then collectively, we got to do stuff like that. Hey, let the dead bury the dead, and we got to leave the unproductive behind.
I agree with you. I agree with you 1,000%, and that's why most black people. Because let me tell you something. See, let me tell you what you just said in a more churching it up type of way. But let me tell you the way that I see it. I see it that 85% of black people are useless. 85%. It's only 15% of us that can work together without stabbing each other in the back, without trying to rob each other, without trying to fuck each other, girlfriends, or worrying about who this and who that. That is only about 15% of us. But the thing about it is we're the minority, and we're so busy just trying to keep our own self afloat. We have become rugged individualists by default. We don't want to be rugged individualists. But the way that our people operate, it forces us to be rugged individualists. Yeah. Because our people think that the working man and starting up a business is a sucker. Let me say this one thing before you go. It's a reason why when you tell a black person that you open up a business, you won't get no support. But you go on Facebook or Instagram and tell somebody you got this job at this place and they got good benefits, and see how many people be trying to find out where you working at. That's the problem with black people. We are an employee-based community, and we're proud of that. We're proud to sit up there and work at a job 20, 30 years. We're proud that the supervisor give us an extra day off or won't write us up or whatever, or give us a little position. We're happy with a white dude just not calling us nigga, and we'll sit up there and work for him and tell on other black people. But when it comes to us working for each other, he ain't no better than me. I ain't got to listen to what he's saying. Hey, what do you know that I don't know? What he doing I can't do? But we don't have that same attitude to no goddamn white boy that digging in his nose all day sitting behind a desk. So what I'm saying is that the plight, the weight that we put on each other is why we're doomed as a people, because we don't do that to the people that we claim that oppress us. If white people hate us and white people oppress us, then why on Monday morning you gonna have black people flying down 285, flying down Highway 59, flying down the goddamn the Bird Loop, trying to goddamn get to work and goddamn say, yes, sir, what you want me to do? Give me my work orders. We like to complain. We ain't trying to put nothing else together. Black Wall Street happened in what happened in Durham, right, Mr. Emil? Happened basically Durham, Raleigh, Durham, right? That's where Black Wall Street was at, right?
Yeah, one of them. Durham, North Carolina, one of them. Yeah.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, if we're gonna use that excuse of why we don't want to put our money together, then we always gonna have that excuse, cause that ain't gonna never go away.
Mm-hmm.
So how about let's build it again and let white people do it? You get what I'm saying? Because white people ain't worrying about us like we think we are. We sit back and dream about white people caring about us. They see how we operate. White people see us like this, Mr. Emil. Man, it was like 8 people got killed in Chicago. It was 5 people got killed in Atlanta. It was 12 people that got killed in Miami. It was 6 people that got killed in Birmingham. It was 4 people got killed in Mobile the same day. But all of a sudden, a white person got killed a black person. Oh shit! Oh, let's ring the alarm. Let's burn down. We won't burn down that city. We won't go in there. We won't check each other about our bad behavior. But to get some attention, and I don't want to use a white person killing a black person unjust as an excuse. That's not an excuse. What I'm saying is that seemed like that give black people extra oomph to get out the bed and want some justice. How you don't want justice when we doing this shit to each other? How you don't want justice when we destroying our own neighborhoods? How you don't want justice when we sit up here got out the women that we quote unquote call our women sit up here goddamn being best friend with faggots, idolizing homosexuality. The best brother Emil, the best friend of a faggot black man is a black woman. You go on any of these websites or TikToks or whatever, and you look at any of them gay dudes that's famous, and look who all in their platform.
I think they're fat best friends, Elvis Morris.
but you know, but see, that's that thing of it is about what we are, because at the end of the day, Elvis is an immigrant. So why would he not stay with the Democrat Party? He's actually smart for doing that.
He don't know now. Well, when I say he don't know now, I'm just saying he don't. His worldview ain't like ours.
No, it's not.
Who grew up in Black America? We done came through. I don't want to see no first black nothing, and I'm sure everybody on the panel. I don't want to speak for everybody, but I'm sure everybody on the panel feel the same way. First black, that don't mean nothing to me no more. That meant something back then. That don't mean nothing now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Same here.
Listen, I agree with that.
We were trying to tell him that we don't give a damn about your car. He want you a representation. That don't mean shit. Yeah. That's 1960s. Have somebody look like you for representation. That is so old. Come on.
The point that I was waiting for y'all to say, I think Brother Mill, he was close to saying it. But what we're saying is that if you show them that they just can't give you, if tokenism and symbolism ain't enough, if you're telling them that ain't enough, what's the only way to show them that it ain't enough? That is to withhold your vote from them. And if fucking let a cycle go by, that all the Republicans get it. And then maybe this time the Democrat will come around and they won't bring that. Like your Brother Mill was right on that. Coming around with the catfish and the goddamn preachers and the rich nigga reading scriptures and then the black people falling out and you know what I'm saying? Like, bring some tangibles. But the thing about it, you got black people that talk like Elvis that sit up there and say, well, I'm voting for blue no matter who. No matter who it is, No
He
matter
don't
what
know
it is.
nothing, man. He don't know nothing, man. He don't know nothing.
But what I'm saying is that those type of people don't want power. They want symbolism. See, that's what I'm trying to tell you about us. We all in the same mind frame is that we want power. And a lot of black people, I'm telling you, I see how my people operate. They don't want power. They want symbolism and they want recognition. They love to see white people. They love to see white people be like, yeah, y'all right. Y'all the best. Y'all the most beautiful. Y'all the most handsome. Y'all the most strong. Now get your ass in there, clock in and move them goddamn pallets around. Now get on that forklift. Now get on that computer. Yeah, like it's almost it reminds us of a good guard dog. That's what brother Emil. That's how black people remind me of a good guard dog. One of them expensive guard dog with the new ones that they got at that could kill you with a shake of their jaws. But when master pat them on their head, they turn into jelly and give them a little treat to put on their nose and snap it in their mouth. So this is my question to you, brother Freeway. When is our power is gonna turn into intellect? When is our power is gonna turn into innovation? Because these weak ass white boys that we claim we can whoop all their asses and they ain't shit and they can't dance, and these motherfuckers building AI farms.
Yeah.
They building supercomputer. They building supercomputer in some type of conductive liquid.
Yeah, them and the Chinese.
Do you get what I'm saying? They ain't sitting up there worrying about who can dance the best and who invented hip hop.
Yeah,
right. No, I agree with you. I agree with you. And I'll add to that. I say they pay you to break you. That's what a job is. They pay you to break you. They pay you enough to keep you around long enough to break you. So you do gotta have a exit strategy, regardless of whatever job you go to. That I agree with that. But my next question would, because I'm trying to answer your question directly. You said when? Well, I can't
When
give
is
you
our power gonna turn into intellect?
When our power gonna turn into intellect? Well, when our intellect gonna turn into power? That's more so how I see it.
Well, I mean, when I say power, I just mean strength. We're physically gifted. We know that we physically gifted. We physically, you know what I'm saying? You know, that's the reason why they came and got us on the slave ship, Mr. Emil. They couldn't stand that. They couldn't stand that heat. It ain't like white people couldn't went out there and did it, but black people, we was a little resistant than we was more resistant than the sun. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying when is our strength and our brawn and our girth, for as body wise, pause. And our body size, when is that gonna translate into some intellectual power, intellectual strength, intellectual ingenuity? Because we know how to dunk a basketball, Mr. Emil. We know how to catch a football with one hand and do a flip. We know how to rap. We know how to rap without writing anything down. We can get up there, we can shuck and jive and rhyme on time and say we got the best speeches. We got all the colloquial terms. We got the fix it, Jesus, won't he do it, blessed by the best. We got all these quotes. If two elephants is fighting, it's the ground that suffers. We got all these goddamn stupid ass quotes and sayings and what grandmama them said and whatever them said. When is that gonna translate into us coming together and build something? Because you want me to tell you something, Mr. Freeway? You drive just like I drive. I go out here in the most redneck pistol in the back of the truck, in the window, chewing snuff boxes everywhere, and then out the blue in a town with nothing, I see a big ass fucking warehouse. It ain't number pickup trucks in the drive in the parking lot. It is some old nerdy ass white dude in there ready to show, and it's full of rednecks in there working. They ain't calling the supervisor a punk, lame.
Right. Well, I agree with you because I go to these same places, but that was how I came in when I mentioned cold storage earlier. Because I go to the cold storage a lot. I go to a lot of them, and I see a lot of them are vast warehouses, and I even see some small warehouses. But they all got, they all dealing with cold storage. They all dealing with all sorts of food and sometimes even chemicals, especially down in over in Mobile at the port. I done been over there and hauled chemicals from over there too. I done did, I'm pretty, I'm pretty, I ain't gonna say advanced, but I put skin in the game when it comes down to the trucker thing. So, if you a trucker like I'm a trucker, you know the pulse of the country. I'm talking about America. You know the pulse of the country, and you know the pulse of Black America too. I'm sure you do. But you asking when? Well, it's happening now, but it's gonna be small in comparison to white America. It's gonna be small. It's gonna be tiny in comparison, but it's happening now. Like the point, my point. Well, go ahead. My bad. Go ahead.
Now, can I add on to your point? And I want to back up what Hustle Smart said. I think what the game changer is going to be in the future, and I understand your sentiments, Hustle, as well as yours, Freeway. But me personally, I think this is just my opinion. I think the game changer is going to be when Black people, specifically us here in the United States, what's going to change all that is when we start grouping into people with shared and like interests. The skin color game and the ethnicity, hustle or whatever. That's not going to mean much. It's like just like here when you talk about Black people business. Well, that Black person is going to connect with a few other Black people that are just as serious, and that's when things are going to get done. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, that's just my opinion. That's just the way I see things.
No problem.
I agree with that. Go ahead,
Freeway. No problem with that. Like what I was gonna point to, what's his name? Moses Wesley, the man who made the machine that suck the air and then create water. Like like the innovation still happening, and then you got the guy who do the plastiline, make gasoline out of plastic. Like the innovation is still there, it's still coming. But those guys, they get support. A lot of times they get support outside of the community. Because I saw Mr. Moses, he moved his whole operation to like Norwegian or somewhere, because he was dissatisfied with what he was getting in America. So that includes white America and Black America, and I'm talking about our subset of people who actually want power, right? So what I'm saying is it's still around because we can get behind the brother who make the plastiline, making the fuel out of plastic. We can get behind Moses Wesley who make water out of thin air, literally with his machine. So what I'm saying is it's there, it's around. However, it's like rallying point. Certain rallying points that have to be clear, or we got to make it to certain certain checkpoints to even make certain connections.
My point is not that we don't innovate things. My point is that I'm looking at it on a grand scale to compete as a business. Like if all that shit. If Black people don't understand one thing, that the government sees every race of people as a business. They give all of us a grade for as business, for as a business. And I'm telling you, my brother, as much as I love Black people and I like being Black, if you put 4 race of people down on paper, we're gonna put their pros and their cons on paper. I guarantee you, me as a businessman, as a hustler, once I came across the paperwork of Black people, that would be the business that I wouldn't support. I wouldn't support the Black race as a business for profit. I would see the Black people the same way the government sees them. Somebody to rile up, some people to make some noise, some people that's gonna put other people in front of them. What other race of people do that, Brother Mill? That put other people in front of them, that don't give a damn about them. When you seen the Latinos goddamn marching at the Cobb County jails and all these goddamn killer prisons where dudes are not dying every day. When you seen them Latinos out there fight for their rights? But you see black people, especially black females, at these goddamn at these ICE facilities, at these prisons for Latinos.
I ain't seen too much of that. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't seen too much. I ain't saying that it ain't there. I ain't saying what you saying. I ain't saying what you saying ain't right. But I'm just saying I ain't seen this much of it.
Oh, I don't seen a lot of it, bro. I can tell you at least 20 instances of it. Hey, brother Freeway, you had two black people get locked up in New Jersey. House members fighting. Think about it like this, brother Freeway, fighting a federal officer about some damn Latinos.
Yeah, no, they got a line. That's inappropriate behavior. They got their priorities in the wrong area. They may not come back in the right area neither.
But what I'm saying is that they go out. Black people are the only people that go out their way to have emotional support for other group of people that don't give a fuck about it. The Latinos don't fuck with us at all. You can go in there and buy you a burrito and a taco. They're like, yes. And after you go away, they have no connection with you at all.
Yep, business transaction conducted, finished, is over with.
You don't see them. Business. You don't see them coming in our areas to spend their dollars. Nope. You don't see Chinese people coming in our areas to spend their dollars. You don't see Jewish people coming in there and spend their dollars in our community. But what do you see black people doing on Cinco de Mayo? Making Mexican, Latino restaurants rich.
Yeah, flagging on same with St. Patrick's Day. I get your sentiment, bro.
So what I'm saying is that how can we win as a people just claiming, Brother Emil, that we got $2 trillion spending power? To me, I'm from the gutter. I'm from the gutter, bro. I've been on the street since I was 14. We sound like crackheads when we sit up there and talk about we goddamn spend $2 trillion. We sound like some crackheads, sound like a crackhead coming to me, sitting up there saying, hey, I'm hustle. I don't spend goddamn $150 with you, man. Let me get a hit. Let me get a free one. I'm like, brother, nobody tell you to spend all your money. When you got some money, you can get some more product. That's just the way it goes. I don't owe you any loyalty for you spending all your money. And black people think that they get their money and spend their money with everybody else except for black people, that those people owe them some type of loyalty.
Yeah, that's true.
We're the only people that do that. We are doomed as a people because the 85%. Let me say something, Brother Freeway. You ain't doomed. I ain't doomed. Kyle ain't doomed. Brother Mill ain't doomed. But you know what? By indirectly we are, because we're going down on the ship with 85%.
Mm-hmm.
85% is sinking us. All we are is glorified mules. We are rugged individualists, while the other 85 is sinking us. Far as education, far as money in the bank, money in the save, investment, life insurance. We're talking about basic stuff. We ain't talking about paying for houses. We're talking about owning houses.
Yep.
You got most people, if they don't get in the market of buying a house early, they don't even live long enough to pay off the house.
Hey, Hustle, let me say something while you're at that. I'm gonna answer Baruti. He says Arton Capital Canada is organizing Botswana new 2026 citizenship investment program, basic ship core 75. So in other words, I thought it was something that they would give us money. So in other words, we got to come up with $75,000 to get a fucking citizenship in Botswana. What the? That's not. It's something like. So I want to go over to Botswana, pay $75,000 to move over to fucking Botswana. Well, see, this is what I'm talking about. Ass backward nonsense.
What's the difference from the Sierra Leone thing where they were telling you they want you to they had a plan for you to come on there and invest $50,000 or $7,500, and you get investment over there?
It's a fucking joke, you know. Africa's not serious right now. That's what pisses me off.
Well, caller, they are serious. They are serious. They're serious about you. They're serious about you coming over there, opening up your bank account.
Our money. They're serious about getting our money.
But caller, but hold on though, hold on, brother Mill. This is the thing that I always tell caller. It ain't they fault. It was us sitting up there talking about Africa need us. We sit up there talking about, man, we got to go over there and invest. We got to go over there and get us some money. We got to go over there and save them. We always got this save, brother Mill. That's what I say. One of our biggest flaws. We got to save your complete, like we got to save everybody.
Yeah.
The number one thing, you got black women out here right now talking about, we got black women out there talking about, well, we got to come out here and save the country. These white people don't give a fuck about you.
No, they don't.
But if you wanna go out here and prance around and be a mammy, they'll let you do it. Let me tell you something.
You think anybody cares what Michelle Obama thinks? You know, come on.
Absolutely nothing. But this is what's going. But that's what's promoted in the black community. Even though black men, we know that, you know, well, no woman ain't gonna tell us what to do. It doesn't matter. The powers that be presses black women up. Yep. They press them up to be like they're the leaders. They to give them microphone. They don't put the microphone in men faces. They put the microphone in women faces. Even when you hear them talk on the news, they always talk about black women, black women, black women. They don't talk about black men. Why? Because black women vote 92% Democrat.
Mm-hmm.
But they thought that the black women gonna get the black men in line. And black men are like, well, you know what? I'll tell you what, I ain't gonna even vote at all. So now they seeing that percentage go down, and black women still talking about, look at me, I voted for you, Mouse at 92%, but they still like, yeah, we appreciate that, but we going by percentage. So if only 92% of y'all voted for us at a 40% rate, that's your 92% really don't mean that much. When 2 million of y'all sat out this election. So you had 2 million of black men that didn't vote, and then you had the ones that did vote, they voted 75%. So we still lost, we lost 6 points to how they usually vote, and then we lost another 12% for the ones that didn't vote. But see, black people don't know how to, they don't calculate them. Now I don't know, Mr. Mill, how I just do that in my brain. My brain is just built like that. I shock myself sometimes on how to see how they look at us. And that's when it came to me that I see that they look at us as a business.
Mm-hmm.
They see how do we need to come at black people every 2 years? And it's the same formula, brother Freeway. It's the same. It's just like a crackhead coming up to you, or you at the truck stop and this same bum coming to you trying to sell you this cordless phone as a cell phone. And then you come back to this truck stop 2 years later, brother Freeway, and that same bum out there, man, look, I got this cell phone. You like, bro, you broke me this. You tried to sell it to me 2 years ago. You're like, oh, for real? But do you still want to buy it though? You get what I'm saying? Like, they don't come at us no type of way. But I see the way they lobby or they chase or court other racial people, brother Mill. Mm-hmm. I see the way they go after them. I see how they invest in TV ads and neighborhood beautifications and things. I see how they do them. All they do is come over here and be like, well, y'all black people, y'all got to do the right thing. This is about good and evil. This is about Jesus and the devil. And the Republican, the devil, and the Democrats is Jesus. See, we at y'all churches. We know your pastor. Your pastor know our name.
Yep.
And so if that's all you got to do for that group of people, why would you spend any money on them?
Yeah.
And that's where, and I don't say that we have potential, brother Freeway, but I'm like, God damn, how long we got to have this potential? Like, how long we gonna be the, how long we gonna be the, how long bitch? How long we gonna be the down chick that's in a relationship for 60 years but ain't never married? We ain't never presented the ring. We never presented no type of equity, no type of foundation, no type of generational wealth. All we get is like, yeah, man, we've been together for 68 years. Yeah, you know what? These black people, these my best hoes right here. You get what I'm saying? And y'all need to respect them. Y'all need to respect my hoes. And that's where it stops. Because that's all the Democrats do is tell the massive people, y'all need to respect black people. But when you want to talk about giving generational wealth or bringing us into the system, like Colin talks about this, where you say, man, black people only get 2% of the government contracts. 2%.
In 2026.
In 2026, we get 2%. Now it's down to 1.6.
And how many taxes do we pay? And how many types of taxes do we pay?
Well, we brag about how many taxes we pay, Brother Freeway. We take pictures when we go to their restaurants and show how much taxes and gratuity we pay. We complain about it in the break room, how much taxes we pay. And then what do we do on tax day? We run the Jason Hewitt and HR Block and borrow against our money and get the quickest refund we can get. And then we take that money and go give it right back to the people that we claim that hate us. Now, I know what y'all saying. Hustle Smart, you know, what are you talking about? Insanity is doing the same thing, but expecting a different result. Black people are insane based on our actions, but not the 15%. Not Brother Freeway, not Brother Mill, not Brother Collar, not Brother Hustle. But we lumped into it, ain't separating us from the potato salad. We in the potato salad just like it. What the fuck? We're the celery. We're the 15%. The 85% is the potatoes and the mayonnaise and the mustard and the onions. We just the celery. The fuck we gonna do? We're gonna be rugged individualists. So we're gonna have all this hope for black people watching it. We're gonna be like the musician that was on the Titanic when it was sinking and when they were sitting up there still playing the music. Just to calm everybody down. We're gonna die with the flutes and the guitars and the drums in our hand. All that good religion, all that up with hope, all that hope and change and good spirit and loving people, we're going to go down with the shit with that while everybody else is innovating. Everybody's setting themselves apart to have some type of way in their repertoire to have some type of way that they're into AI, they're into banking. You get what I'm saying? And they have some type of political pact, political organization. As dumb as we think the Latinos is, they got their own political faction, Brother Mill. The Latinos got their own political pact that the senators and the governors and the House members go over there and lobby for them, lobby for their vote. What we got? We got Al Sharpton, a motherfucking FBI snitch, and we got a goddamn Haitian / roly-poly, Roland Martin. They just want to yell at you and tell you to vote blue no matter who, because it's the right thing to do. Well, they might not offer us nothing, but we got to do the right thing. Which one is the lesser? Which one you like the most? Which one you think like you? If the Republicans don't like you, the Democrat like you. And we sit up there like, yeah, I want to be liked. And if if you want to be liked, my brother, you want to be accepted. I don't want to be accepted. I want to do my work based on this. This is the budget. This is how much we agreed upon. Pay me my money. You ain't got to tell me how strong black people is. You ain't got to tell me about no inventions. Pay me my money so I can go build, so I can go make sure that I'm good. But that still brings us back to my original topic. My original thing is that the 15% of us is rugged individualists. And life just lifing for us. While the 85% is running around rapid spreading disease, killing each other, terrorizing the neighborhood, and now you got businesses leaving the black neighborhood, and the black people mad at the businesses for leaving. Don't none of y'all think about going here, stealing out this store, running out with food. None of y'all don't think that's a bad idea. That, man, hey, man, we might need to start. Somebody need to go in there and pay for something.
What's that?
At those stores, that all those businesses that leaving the black neighborhood, Colin.
Oh man, look. The bottom line is you keep stealing, and people ain't making. Pretty soon, people like, yo, look, fuck y'all, you know.
So you know they got the new one, Save a Lot, is leaving Chicago now.
Anytime Save a Lot leaves, you know it's bad. You know, Save a Lot.
Walgreens left. Walgreens is leaving. Not Save a Lot. Save a Lot is leaving.
Yeah, well, yeah, so the bottom line, what can you do? You know, a Mills in Chicago, I'm gonna hook him up with Dion. Man, we just gotta fucking say fuck Chicago. Chicago got a lot of black talent. Get the motherfuckers in this movement, man. We're sick. Chicago, they've been trying to rebuild South Side, and stuff like that. It must be frustrating, you know.
Colin, I don't understand why. Not anybody from Chicago. I don't understand why black people live in Chicago.
No, actually, Dion, my boy Dion, that went on tour with us and whatnot. You know, I'm gonna hook up me. He's a contractor, and he owns several buildings. You know, it's easy for black men to get contracts. He was doing buildings, and he said, "I'll be honest with you, man. A lot of buildings I had, man, they gave me money to put Mexicans in there, illegals." And so he had buildings packed with people. He was getting all that money, free money. He had to worry about no rent, no nothing like that, you know. So he does real estate. You know, the real estate game in Chicago is sick. There's a lot of millionaires in real estate in Chicago, man. It's unreal, man. You know, real estate contractors, city contractors, stuff like that.
But the only thing that they talk about in Chicago is about the regulations are never. They always change, Carla.
I was there yesterday. People be making money though in Chicago real estate, man. You know, real estate is different types of businesses. You know, as far as like transportation and transport and stuff like that. You know, home health care, and there's a lot of money in Chicago. You know, if you could deal with the South Side and that crime down there's a lot of money in Chicago. But there's parts of Chicago that are really nice. You know.
Hey, Carl, I'm gonna tell you the truth, and maybe Brother Freeway can tell you. When I go to Chicago, all I see is people from other race of people running the show.
Yeah, but there's still a lot of old school, black money.
I picked up the load that I got right now. I came out of Chicago yesterday with it.
Where you picked it up from? Bed something. Belmont, something like that. What I'm saying is, how often you pick up from Chicago?
About every week. I pick up at least once every week.
But what I'm saying, when you're there,
I pass through there. I pass through there.
No, I pass through there too a lot, but I pick up and because I pulled the mail out of there. I got this thing with the mail that comes out of there. You know what I'm saying? So it's out of Champaign. But what I'm saying, when I come through Chicago, far as like all of it, I just don't see. When I go to all these buildings, these big buildings, I see black people working in there.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
I don't see black people running the show. Now, construction, like Carla said, you know, maybe that's so. But I just understand the things that's moving and shaking for as transportation goods getting pushed.
A
on
lot of
some
black
no.
people in construction
But
and
but
real
but
estate.
but I feel the same way about Atlanta. When I be in Atlanta, boy, I get so I sound when I'm in Atlanta, I sound like you, cause I be like, man, all these warehouses full of us, but everybody they take their time, they slow down. Like, man, it's ridiculous how long they make you wait over there. Chicago's similar, but when Atlanta is like, how is it warehouses everywhere, and 10 of y'all, or even five, five of y'all ain't gonna get your own warehouse yet. Y'all ain't gonna put y'all ain't gonna get no
Hey,
y'all ain't gonna put no FTZ yet. Y'all ain't gonna put no FTZ together
sir,
yet.
sir, I am DSGB down South Georgia, boy,
Georgia boy.
Atlanta, Zone 3. I'm telling you that black people don't run shit in Atlanta.
When I'm in the warehouses, I see, man. When I'm in the warehouse, I get so.
It is so fucking sad that you got all these black people. And I'm talking about they making money, but they don't want to. They don't want to run the show.
Yeah. I agree with you
And
on
we
that. And
got
when I'm in
plenty.
Atlanta, I sound like you.
We got plenty of abandoned brand new
Warehouse.
warehouses.
Wow.
I'm talking about Carla. I ain't talking about no bullshit. I'm talking about brand new warehouses with the brand new air conditioning, brand new parking lot just sitting there. And all these black men, all they want to do is go to the strip club, trick off, go to the bar.
And what I know about Atlanta, and I'm gonna get Jonathan Miller up here, was back in
Jamie
2000. Do you remember when they had a job fair? They said job, right? And young black people lined up a mile long to get in that thing, and nobody got a job. Remember that?
Yeah.
I was like, that told me all I need to know about Atlanta. I said, damn, that many people. It wasn't like they were going to a job fair, and everybody had their suit and tie on and whatnot. They were, promising when what those kids probably did. They went to the streets. They fucking, went right to the streets.
Colin, it wouldn't take Atlanta second to Maryland. Second to Maryland, Atlanta got the most black millionaires. And these niggas don't want.
We don't have an investment culture.
Colin, that's my whole point. That's my whole point. If we ain't investing, we ain't putting. Ain't none of these millionaires.
Invest nothing with that shit.
Hey, Jonathan Miller, these millionaires will go to the club together. They'll goddamn do threesome with chicks together. They got throwing cookout. They do everything, brother. Freeway. Self investing with it. They'll go to the mall. They'll go to the jewelry, buy 50 cents. They'll go to the same car lots. They'll do all that shit. Except for invest and open up one of these warehouses in Atlanta.
Too much work, man. Hey, Jonathan, go ahead, bro.
Greetings to the panel. It's been a long time.
Yeah.
Shout out to all of y'all.
Man,
I've been traveling, and I'm tired of traveling. I'm tired of Africa. Let me go and call it. I'm going to say that right now. I'm tired of Africa.
Once a year, man. I don't know why you go multiple times. Go once a year. That's it. It's not for me.
Kyle, I might have to join you on that. I mean, my God, the incompetence has been growing. I would hope that they get better after 9 years. It ain't getting no better. No, they're getting dumber and dumber. But it's okay.
Jonathan,
lose a fan. What's up with it?
I told Carla the truth. I said, man, when you talk to them Africans, it ain't that they're not smart. It's just that their brain plateaus at a certain level, and that's where it's gonna go. They don't even want it to go no higher than that. It gets to a certain level, then it just stops. It stagnates. You get what I'm saying? And then
I think it's worse than that, though. I think I got to a point now where and I hate to say this. Don't hate me, Africans. I'm just gonna keep it how I really believe. I look at them like there's just something that's not working in the brain. It's kind of like I'm looking at a whole bunch of handicapped motherfuckers. Like they're just dumb. There's no fixing them.
They're like kids.
They're like infants. You can't fix infants. You just can't. They're broken. That's it. And I'm giving up. I mean, I'm tired. God damn. At this point, Africa is just a pillage as much as possible.
And when you notice the way they act, you can understand why nothing only thing get built up something in the rich area. That's it. Nothing else.
Yeah.
Everything else is just open. Like you coming there, like freeway. If you ever go to Nigeria, you go there, you'll
I
see
ain't
that.
going. I ain't going.
Okay.
I done heard you break it down. I ain't going. I done heard you break it down on other shows. I ain't going.
You'll see that the area is like, just say if a company want to come in this neighborhood, just want to start digging, the way that you can move the neighborhood, those corrugated bit would be just easy. You buy 10, 12 dump trucks, and you can tear down 5 city blocks.
Yeah.
You ain't got to dig up you ain't got to worry about no power lines. You know, in America, you got to worry about the power lines in the ground, right?
Yeah.
You got to worry about the sewage and the sewage pipeline. You ain't got to worry about that shit. All you got to do is just push them little shanty shacks over and bring in the bulldozers. Bring in the cranes. And the people are happy with that. The people are, I ain't gonna say they're happy, they manage. The word they use is managing. And so they give them a whole bunch of religion. They now building a church the size of a soccer field, a football stadium. With an open roof.
Yeah, where they at? Where they at?
It's just sad, man. What I'm saying is that I see so much promise with us, but then at the same time, I see why white people came over there and got us. I see it. Cause they could have went and got any other group of people. It's just that some of us, just like the movie The Django, you got that 1 in 10,000. That's how I see the 15%. I see the 15% is that the Django. That 1 in 10,000. Now, I don't know about that, wanna fight white people about a chick that don't ran through by Mandingos. I don't understand that part of the movie. But the 1 in 10,000, I really believe in that. Because when I talk to black people, even black people in my family, I'm like, I'm the only one that thinks like this. Like I showed them this video, Jonathan Miller, of those videos that's going around. I don't know if you see them, Brother Freeway, is that they show how the African child or the black child is doing some TikTok dance or talking about Jesus and catching the Holy Ghost and preaching, and they show the Chinese child building a machine or working on something. Have you seen any of those videos, Brother Freeway?
No, I ain't seen none.
They do a side-by-side comparison. So I showed all my people, I had a cookout 4th of July, and I showed all my family this, and and I'm just thinking like somebody is gonna be like, the little Chinese girl or the Chinese boys that's in here building engines and doing that. Some people gonna say like, yeah, that's what I want my child to do. But I was just shocked that all the black people be like, look at the little boy. He got the spirit. He got the anointing. Preach, yeah. Like, yeah, that's what they would want for their kid. And I'm the only one sit up here and talking about I want my child to be able to learn, be in the 3rd or 4th grade, learn. They're like, oh, that's slave labor. That's
No, you not to cut you off, my bad. But no, you definitely right about that. Like we don't want to be the working class no more like that. We don't want to do like the heavy lifting no more like that. But that's the only thing that's gonna liberate us, free us, give us some leg room. That's the only thing that's gonna give us leg room. If we gotta do some more heavy lifting because the building the building is falling in, it's dilapidated. So we do have to do, a lot of heavy lifting. We still got to do a lot of it, but we don't want to do that right now. A lot of people, we don't want to do that. We want to enjoy it. Yeah. We want to enjoy it. We don't really want to get back in there, roll the sleeves up and, do all the heavy lifting. Don't want to do it no more. And the thing is, a lot of us is traumatized from seeing our mamas and grandmamas and granddaddies and great grandmamas, granddaddies work so hard that we don't want to work that long or that hard for our own this time. But grandmas and grandma, granddaddy, great grandma, great granddaddy, they're the ones with the properties. They're the ones with the houses that y'all losing on taxes.
It's just like we don't turn into a party people. Like we just want to spend it all. Like even we brag about spending it all. Let me tell you something, man. I went to a bar. It was like a little bar slash, they had some dancers in there. And the woman, this dude, I think he had he might have got some hundreds and ones or whatever. And the guy was like, well, I'm finna get ready to go. And and I heard the DJ, she said something, and DJ's like, oh man, look at this dude. Don't got some ones and don't want to throw it in, don't want to give away his money, so to speak. That's what he was saying. Like he like, oh bro, throw that shit. Don't take none of that money with you. You came to throw all that shit. Give him I'm talking about just like on the mic, on loudspeakers, telling the brother, shaming him for taking his ones with him and leaving. Not spending all his money. And that's the problem that I see with us, Jonathan Miller, is that we are a people that feel like that saving money is not sexy. Spending all your money is you a real nigga. But saving your money, you're lame, you're square. And from a dude that been in the streets, I picked the square life, Freeway.
Me too.
I picked the square life, but you know the problem is I'm too much of a street nigga to be a square nigga. The square niggas think I'm acting. I'm like, hell no, I see it y'all way now. I get it. But they don't see me the same because I'm not D4L square. You know what I'm saying? I'm like reform street nigga square.
You retired from that. I retired from that.
Retire, but I wish somebody would. You get what I'm saying? Like, let me tell you something. I had to cook out, and even my family member trying to bring some kids, now family that's friend. I'm like, no, hell no, they ain't allowed over here. They ain't allowed to bring that hood. I call it let me tell you exactly what I call it. I said that hood booger, gutter monkey, gang life shit to be impressed on the rest of these people here. So he can't come. If shit got a problem with it, she can't come. I don't give a fuck if they family or whatever. If you're a detriment, and I make sure I tell people, Brother Freeway, that I used to be a part of the problem. So I know how to call it out when I see it. I used to be impressionable. I used to want to lead people, dudes that sitting on the front porch. I was the one that, man, come on out the block, come hang with me. There ain't nobody gonna fuck with you. I got that thing on me. Like, we finna go ahead and get some money. I was that guy. So I know when I see it, even with my family, but they ain't allowed like that. Because I know where it leads to. And I'm telling you, Brother Freeway, the prisons ain't the same like it was when I went. But these dudes got swords. They throwing gang signs up at the door. They extorting you. Stabbing you. We living in a different age, man. And as black people, I know we're emotional and I know we have a good heart, but these white people ain't competing on no good heart and emotion, Freeway. They ain't operating on that level of good nature and good heartedness and caring about each other. We can't win with our ideology. We can't win like that. Only thing we will be subject to be is slaves in America. While the rest of the people is selling. Their bank accounts, their portfolios is accelerating. Only thing we use for is political tools every 2 years. and in manual labor jobs. I want better for us, but we got to want better. No, not that we want better. We got to do better, and until we hold each other accountable and stop. If we ain't holding the people that killing each other and destroying our neighborhood accountable, I don't want to hear no shit about no white dude that got killed on a boat with 4 white boys. I don't want to hear that shit. I don't care about the police shooting in the car or some chick in Mississippi coming out of Walmart stealing some goddamn diapers. I don't give a fuck. I don't care about the goddamn 20, 30 people that don't die in my neighborhood from the hands of people that look like me. If I ain't upset about that.
Yeah, we got our priority wrong. But yet when you start telling people that, you say, oh, Carla, you're blaming the victim. And that's I throw my hands up. You're blaming the victim. You got to understand the circumstances. No, the fuck I don't. I don't have to understand shit.
Yeah, but at some point, like Hustle said, at some point accountability has to come into play. Because the violence that we have in our communities, and I know what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm living right here in Chicago. I don't go for the violence, man, because it works against us. When you got a bunch of YNs out here, exactly. You got these. They call themselves YNs. I disagree because that's a mind fuck right there. But they're out here and they're terrorizing the community, and I mean, the hoods, the masks, the skinny jeans, dude. Do you understand how much of a threat that you're, posing yourself as within your own community? Now, if you were going out to another,
they don't care.
Exactly. So that's
Mill Stack. I seen a dude, man. I was having a good day last Saturday. Just come from my brother-in-law's barbershop, got a haircut. I'm walking through the mall, and the dude has a shirt on. Wasn't no young dude either. He's like in his 30s, So I pray for my ops. Grown ass man, I pray for my ops.
Mm-hmm.
So I just said, man, fuck you. I'm not gonna say it is what it is. There's no saving some of these people.
No, but I'm real big on accountability because I mean, if everybody went out here, not just the young people, but if everybody went out here and just did whatever the fuck that they want, just think of what type of society that we would have. There's got to be some kind of accountability. Okay, if you don't know what to do, you're young. I know you haven't been anywhere. You don't know anything about life. You're angry. You don't have jobs. You don't have money. I get all that. I've been there. I understand that. But there's a way to handle that, and you just can't go out here and let out your frustration on society and put yourself in a deeper pit than what you're, than the one that you're in right now. So
Brother Mill.
Yeah.
How about you take that frustration on white people? Why you take it out on your own people?
I would say not even do that. I mean, taking it out on white people is not gonna solve anything either. The thing that we need to do is the thing that we need to do is we need to have our society just like it is right now. Times are tough economically. There are no jobs. We don't have any type of business infrastructure within I don't even call them communities no more. I call them geographic areas that are highly populated with black people because we don't have no community. Yeah, we don't. Look at what happened here in Chicago. Joe Biden, old racist Joe Biden, in his own stealth way, what did he do? He infiltrated and he allowed a lot of those Latino immigrants that came across the border.
Him and Brandon Johnson, man.
Yeah, they didn't put them into the white neighborhoods. They put them into our neighborhoods, and now we have a fractured, community structure here where all of the preferences, all of the finances, all of the economic and public assistance goes towards another group. And those people that are coming across the border, they never paid taxes. They never went through, the type of hell that our ancestors went through to gain the rights and freedoms that a lot of people take for granted today, But I mean, it is what it is. So I mean, we have to do something different, and I think the first step is to get this frustration out of our system. Stop being mad at one another. Stop blaming one another for the condition that we're in. Because I would say 50% of that, it's racism's fault. But the other 40 to 50%, we have to hold ourselves accountable. If there are no jobs here, then what we have to do is we have to create the jobs. And the only way that you're going to create jobs is by starting businesses. And you have to be committed to it. And you have to be serious about it, as far as putting the money up and getting the personnel, getting people trained, with the contemporary skills, acknowledging who your competitors are, not just here in the United States, but across the world. We're competing with the world. Us, specifically as whatever you want to call you.
That's what I keep telling everybody. We're competing against the world. Like everybody else is looking at us. You get what I'm saying? We're competing against the world. And then you got these individualist black people be like, oh man, we try. No, we're not. Not as a group, we're not. But this is the one thing this is one thing I disagree with you. You're saying that all this stuff where we got to do, black people know all this stuff. The point that black people need to do, they need to pull that motherfucking the millions out their bank account, start giving it to white people. You get what I'm saying? Stop buying goddamn 400, 500,000 Phantoms. Stop buying goddamn $30, $40 million houses.
Yeah.
And just invest. But they don't do that. So all the ideas that you said we need to start doing, we already know that. That's what I'm saying. So I agree with you on that point, that what we need to do. The problem is that if you ain't got if all these millionaires and billionaires black people, you know what I'm saying, that ain't investing none of that money, how it's gonna happen? It ain't gonna happen with the regular upper middle class. The upper middle class the upper middle class black people get no help. Only people that get help in the black community is the poor and the goddamn ratchet women that want to have all them goddamn babies.
Yeah. So, and that's self-defeating.
It's self-defeating. It's self-defeating. And then they come around all the time, and then they present black people to the world like, oh, they poor. They don't need. They try to make black people get licensed to vote. Like black people ain't able to get no license. They ain't able to have a social security card. They don't know what they. I heard this lady on CNN was saying that, man, how black people ain't got their birth certificates laying around. They ain't got that, so they're gonna be hard for them to get. I was like, what?
Niggas can't get $15 and go down to the county clerk office to get a birth certificate.
Like they said that was oppression. You get what I'm saying? Now, this is the thing about it. When I was talking about Brother Mill, that black people, if they frustrated, they want to let out their tension, do it around white people. No, I don't agree you should do it to anybody. But I'm saying if you're gonna do it, don't do it to your own people.
Exactly.
So what I'm saying is, just by telling, listen, like I tell you, Brother Mill, I was part of the problem. So you just telling me not to release frustration is not gonna make me not release this frustration. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But I get you're telling me, hey, Hustle Smart, I know you're gonna do something stupid. You shouldn't do nothing stupid. I hear you. But as soon as we get through covering this out, I'm gonna go out and do something stupid. All I'm saying is this. If you're gonna do something stupid, don't do nothing stupid to your own people. If you're gonna go trick yourself off the streets for the rest of your life, go kill a white person. And go get the same amount of time. Go to prison for the rest of your life. You want to shoot? You want to shoot up a neighborhood? You want to shoot up a neighborhood? Go shoot up a white person's neighborhood and go to prison for the same. Are you gonna get the same amount of? What they gonna send you to a special prison if you kill if you shoot at a white person?
That's a smart add-on to that, though. Nigga, kill the cops. Are they not going to arrest you? Does it? You throw your gun when the cops is chasing you, and then you go to. It doesn't even make sense. You know you're going to get life. You might as well go all out, baby.
No, because this is the thing that I noticed when I was locked up, Brother Mill. It's some black people, they function better in prison.